wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the... What is up, everyone? What is up? Hi. What's up? Hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone is doing well. Crud. All right, so we might have an interesting show tonight. I wanted an interview I wanted to check out, right? Piers Morgan interviewing Nick Fuentes. Okay, Nick Fuentes has been popping, right? He's been pretty popular in recent times. So I want to check it out. I'm pretty sure we might get some interesting conversations started. I've seen some of Nick's content before. Now, I would say there are certain things I don't agree with him on. Particularly a lot of the racial divides, but I mean, there are things that I do agree. So, it might be interesting. It might be an interesting conversation, right? I think it might be, but we'll see. We'll see. Let's get started. Okay, let's get started. It's a 2-hour video, so I figured start a little bit early. Who knows if if people come in and they start giving their opinions and views, it could be a long video. That's why I wanted to start a bit early. All right, so let's check it out.
Reins of power, at which point he plans to pivot towards the extreme and unpopular policies that he advocates daily on Rumble.
So first of all, what is your response to that?
Well, first of all, I would say that Coleman Hughes is a propagandist. He works for the Free Press, which is run by Barry Weiss. So I think you have to consider the source. And Barry Weiss is a pro-Israel partisan. Free Press is just bought out by CBS for $150 million by Larry Ellison or his son David Ellison. And so I think that's coming from a particular...
And I swear to you.
Free Press, which is run by Barry Weiss. So
I'm just trying to check the volume because sometimes it's using these Restream, which I'm using, or StreamYard. They're weird with the audio. So
particular point of view, we can't pretend like that's coming from a vacuum or from some fixed position. That's coming from a propaganda outlet that's in favor of Israel. That's first. But second, I would say he is right about the two personas. And I think that everybody understands this on some level. On my show, I make jokes and I use rhetoric and I'm hyperbolic because for a long time I had an audience that was small on these like dissident platforms. I was on D Live for many years. A lot of people don't even know what that is. And so I had a small following, and we had sort of like an in-group sense of humor and memes and things like that. And you talk about it one way on a freewheeling live stream when I'm by myself and I'm ranting, and we make jokes, and we play devil's advocate. We play with different positions.
You gotta also understand, this man is like, I think he's in his early 20s. I think he's like 25, around 25, right? Either 24 or maybe the man is early. Like, he's young, right? This guy's young. So he's going to have the things how he's going back very memey, very edgy, very clickbaity and kind of mindset. So, yeah.
But then when you sit down in an interview like this one, and people ask me a good faith question, what do you actually believe? Well, then I clarify and I say, well, here I'm not joking. Here I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not being rhetorical. I'll tell you precisely what I believe. As far as this idea that I'm going to get power and then turn into Hitler, that just sounds totally insane to me. I'll be honest. It just sounds insane.
Do you have aspirations for political power?
Not really. I think that if I wanted to run for office, I wouldn't say a lot of the things that I say. I don't know that a lot of people would vote for me. I tend to offend everybody, even a lot of people that like me. So no, I'm a truth teller. I like to tell the truth. I like to do my live stream.
Who is Nick Fuentes? Tell me about your upbringing. I know you grew up in the suburbs of Chicago. Tell me about your early years.
Early how? Like my childhood or a little bit later?
Yeah, your childhood, yeah.
Well, I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago in LaGrange Park, as you say. My parents are ethnics. My father's half Mexican, half Irish. My mother's Italian. And they both came from a pretty rough upbringing themselves. They both were raised by single mothers, not because of divorce, but because both of their fathers had died. They endured a lot of dysfunction. And I think that's one of the reasons they came together and they related to each other, and they wanted to create a normal upbringing for their children. They wanted to have a normal family life. And so they moved out to LaGrange Park away from the city, and they raised me and my sister and really put us first. I think that's a big reason why I tend to have a lot of these family values or Christian values. My mother quit her job and stayed at home to raise us. And so I have a very close relationship with my parents, with my sister. We're a very tight family. And we grew up in a pretty idyllic town. And maybe we can sort of get into a conversation about politics from this. I loved my upbringing. My mom stayed at home. My dad was working. We're in a mostly white suburb in Chicago. Everybody was maybe half Catholic, half Protestant. It was a baseball town. I played baseball for many years. In Chicago, we love our hot dogs. We have our baseball parade and get a hot dog. And so I love where I came from. I love the city. It's a working class city. I love the people here. They're very good, humble, down-to-earth, decent people.
We also got to recognize that a lot of white kids, right? Because you're seeing this now, right? There's a lot of talks about it, how a lot of young white men are pushing conservative, because I think they're feeling that their upbringing has been changing. Okay. They feel like their environment is changing. Very feminist, very leftist, very Democrat in ideology and in honesty. Now, I'm not saying that it's outright, but Democrats and leftist ideology is, and feminist ideology is not. It's not really a type of ideology or platform that pushes family unit, right? Not necessarily, okay? And they definitely don't push religious values, right? I mean, none of them are really all that religious in mindset. So this is why I think a lot of young men are pushing more towards the conservative side. Why a lot of more young men are becoming more Republican or right leaning, because they just feel like the world is honestly really progressing towards the other side.
And I guess I had my political, not to jump ahead, but this is a big part of where my political awakening came from. I sort of left this bubble, if you could call it that. When I went to college in 2016, I went to Boston University, and I read a lot of things online, and I realized the country does not look like LaGrange Park. It doesn't look like Western Springs or Hinsdale or Elmhurst. It looks very different. the country's undergoing a radical transformation because of immigration. And so I saw that and I said, this is not really a desirable change. I don't like the south side of Chicago or the west side or LA or certain parts of Boston as much as I like where I came from. And I guess that's what made me an American nationalist. I said, I want to preserve my home and the things that are familiar to me and the things I like about my home, what makes it America. So that's a little bit about my background. I don't know where you want to go with that, but
well, I suppose
my
first obvious question is: were your parents immigrants to the United States, or were their parents, or were their grandparents? In other words, at some stage, I presume there were immigrants in your family who came to the U.S. Is that correct?
There were. I believe my mother was fourth generation and my father was third generation. So their ancestors came here on my mom's side in the 1860s, I believe, the first wave of Italian immigration. My father's ancestors, I think they came around the turn of the century in 1900.
So your view of immigration, and we'll get to the specifics about your views on immigration.
Sism, what is up, my brother? What is up? Thank you for being here.
Are they not affected at all by the fact that if it wasn't for immigration, you wouldn't exist?
Now, here's my thing, right? Fuentes may be a little bit extreme. I'm for legal immigration, right? I did a popular or, a very semi-viral TikTok that, got me banned on TikTok, right? Got my account banned on TikTok because I said that Asian people support Donald Trump's illegal deportation, right? The deportation of illegal immigrants, right? I felt like Asian people supported Donald Trump's deportation of illegal immigrants. This is a thing where if you try to circumvent the law, right? You try to do it illegally. Now, if you could do it, all the more power to you, right? Take advantage of what you can take advantage of. That's the way of life, okay? But if you can't, that sucks for you. Back in line you go. That's what I felt, okay? Because at the end of the day, you broke the rule. You broke the law. So if it just so happened that you got caught, with your hand in the cookie jar, well, you got caught. That's plain and simple. So why would I get mad that you broke the law and now you got caught? Why would I care? I mean, like, you broke the country's law. So since you broke it, you gotta go back to where you came from. You gotta start the process over again, right? Legally, hopefully. But yeah, I support immigration. I'm a little bit. I had a conversation with a disagreeer. That I may be right leaning or maybe quote unquote kind of Republican. I guess not really. I consider myself more centered, but one of the things I do disagree with, let's say for the louder right leaning people, is that I support legal immigration. I'm a big supporter of legal immigration. I do think that our immigration laws and courts should be more, should be more streamlined. But again, that's something that we should fix. Doesn't mean that you should circumvent it and, jump the border or do something, get into the country illegally. So,
as an American,
well, I would certainly exist, but like you said, maybe not as an American. Certainly that's influenced in some measure. But I think that the kind of immigration that we had for a long time in the country, it's different than the immigration that we have now. And let's just say for openers, it's different immigrants. They're coming from a different place with a different culture, a different religion. It's not the same as it was. So first, you have a qualitative difference. My ancestors, for the most part, I have 3 European grandparents from Ireland and Italy, 1 from Mexico. They came from Europe. They came from a society where there's a common ancestry, there's a common religion, common civilization. The people that have come in since 65, since Hart-Celler, they're coming from China, India, the Northern Triangle, Mexico, Venezuela. And so first, they're just different people. Secondly, it's a quantitative difference. There's way more, and it's an unceasing, always increasing wave. for the first 3 or 4 waves of immigration, you would have a major influx of immigrants and then it would stop. And then you'd have another wave and then it would stop. This one, it just keeps going up for 35 years and it's too many. So that's really where I would draw the distinction between maybe where I originate from. I would even just simply call that immigration. What this is an invasion. It's a completely different policy.
But you mentioned,
the same thing.
You mentioned Mexico in that list, and your father is half Mexican. So
yeah,
I mean, by your criteria, part of the invasion would include your father, presumably, and his immediate descendants who came from Mexico.
Not really true, because when my father's ancestors came here, it was a small fraction of the total immigrants that came from Mexico. I don't believe that we should have 0 immigrants forever, or even 0 immigrants from non-white countries. But you have to draw the distinction. My father's father, he was here in the 40s and 50s. It was his parents, or I believe either his parents or grandparents, that came here even earlier. Up until 1965, 90% of the immigrants were coming from Europe. I have no problem with that. If we have 10% of them coming from Mexico or Latin America, maybe that's reasonable, but that's not what it is now. Now you've got 10 million illegals in 4 years under Joe Biden, and you got millions more legal immigrants from China, India, Venezuela, El Salvador. And it's so many with no break for assimilation, and they're all from non-white countries. It's transforming what America is. And again, that's the distinction. That's what makes it unacceptable.
I always believe everybody is a product of their environment. Right? I've interviewed thousands of people. Maybe 3, 4, 5,000 people from all different walks of life. But the one common theme I would say is everyone's a product of their environment. And I was reading some stuff about you in the last few days.
Let me say this, right? Recent news from the UK. Recent news from the UK. 2 Afghan Sikh asylums, right? Asylum seekers, right? 2 Afghan asylum seekers, right? Afghan asylum seekers. They abused, right? They raped a young girl, right? Their excuse, their lawyer's excuse is that these young men, right, were unaccustomed to women, to the women around them being equal to them, right? They're unaccustomed to all the laws, how women are more, they are freer, right? So let's be honest, right? Like, you grow up for the world around you. These aren't babies that are coming here, right? These are grown adults, right? These are sometimes they are grown children or grown teens or grown adults. So again, these aren't children that are coming here and living here and being raised into this environment. No. These are grown teens or grown adults that have already been raised in a different environment and then coming into a new environment. So again, they won't easily assimilate. They will still bring their ideologies, their customs, their culture, their mindsets that they already had into the whatever place they're being in. So again, I kind of agree with Nick Fuentes, right? With Nick.
There was an episode of your podcast where you talked about your father, Bill Fuentes, and how he wouldn't take the family, including you, to certain restaurants because he believed they were associated with African Americans. We would be deciding where to go to eat, he said. What are we going to do for dinner tonight? It was a running joke. Me and my sister would say Applebee's, and my dad would say we would never eat at Applebee's. Not in a million years should you be caught dead, Fuentes said about Applebee's. Go to a different restaurant, a local restaurant. No Applebee's, no Red Lobster. That is commonly known as black fare. And you also shared another story about your family and restaurants. It said, before me and my sister were born, my family had a saying about Olive Garden that contains the N-word that we're not allowed to say. So my question, based on that anecdote that you say on your own podcast, is do you think you grew up in a racist environment, that your father was inherently racist, and that thought process moved to you?
Well, I would say it's a new low. I've been attacked for being a racist many times, but to attack my father, to attack my parents based on anecdotes, I would say that's sort of a new low.
Hang on, it's your anecdote.
Yeah, but he's not here to defend himself.
You are.
And my parents are.
You told the story.
And I will. And I'll
I'm not trying
them.
to ambush you. As I said at the start, Nick, to be clear.
No, it's not an ambush.
Nick, to be clear,
I think
I'm not ambushing you. I'm literally reading an anecdote that you revealed on your podcast. It's you that's put it in the public domain.
I know.
I'm simply asking you whether my assessment of that, which is that your father didn't want to take you to certain restaurants because of what you refer to as, they were commonly known as black fare, whether that attitude to African Americans in that instance permeated to you. It's a reasonable question.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think everybody knows what that is, but I'll address it. I'll engage with it, and I'll defend my father from the charge of racism.
Sure.
No, my parents are not racist, and they've never been racist. I'll tell you about my parents. They used to have a school in Chicago in the South Loop where they instructed people on how to shoot.
I don't know his parents, right? So I'm not defending his parents. I don't really care. But I like to take maybe a nuanced look into it, right? Some people you may consider racist, but when you look at their life, you may look at it more of a nuance, in the sense that this is a thing where, I don't know, maybe I would call it ignorance in a way, in the sense that, let's say, when you are in an environment, right? In an environment, you're not trying to get to know people, right? Or you're not trying to be personal with people. So strangers, you would assume, hypothetically, again, I'm not trying to defend him. I'm trying to maybe give it a nuanced way where a lot of people don't see it, right? See it in a certain way. Okay. So let's say, hypothetically, China, right? China. Like sometimes I see videos of like black people going to China, and then the Chinese like all looking at them like, wow, look at that, and are touching their hair, and like kind of like it's not American decorum, right? But on the offshoot, by looking at the outside, it may seem racist. So, and what I mean is that, certain things where, if, let's say, hypothetically, his parents don't want to go to a restaurant where it's all black people, you may look like it's racist, but it's also in a way that, you don't want to go to an environment where there's no control, right? You may get the worst of the worst in certain environments. So I don't know if you're going to say it, but like if you're in a school environment, maybe what he was doing is that you may get to be more in a friendly environment, a get to know you kind of environment. So it could be a little bit different, right?
Firearms.
MP, what is up, my brother? What is up? Thank you for being here. I think this is an interesting interview, right? I think this is an interesting interview. So I wanted to check it out. If you guys would, if you guys ever, want to react to it with me, and have some, if I give an opinion about certain points of the interview, you guys want to talk about it, I'm down.
It was a security school, and most of the clients were black. And I believe actually one of their clients was Larry Hoover's son at one point, sort of a funny story. And so most of their clients would come in from the south side of Chicago. My grandmother, she grew up in the projects in the city. And so my family, being in Chicago, being ethnics, being Italian, Irish, Mexican, in the west side on Taylor Street, all over the city, my family for many generations have lived near and around black people. And look, my views about black people and their views about black people are shaped with experiences with black people. And what they will tell you, what my parents would say if they were here, is that for many, many years.
I definitely agree. I mean, I think a lot of young men, but yes, particularly white young men, do have no motivation, no direction in life. I do think that's a problem. I think that is a big problem right now. So I definitely agree. That that's an issue.
The older generations of black people were very respectful, very humble, very decent. In fact, my grandma used to have an anecdote She grew up in a lot of dysfunction. Her mother was mentally ill.
I think he was talking about, right? I was just talking about an older lady, right? An older black lady. And, you know, a Tupac song came on, right? A Tupac song came on. Throughout the whole Tupac song, he's like cursing and saying all these things. And I'm just talking to this lady, right? I was talking to this lady and it's like, don't you ever think about how the change in the black community, right? There was one time, you know, there was a time, a period in time in the black community where music was uplifting, music was family, music was love, right? Music was inspiration, music was very wholesome, right, for the black community. Now music is very debauchery, right? Music is very it's about killing your own people. It's about bitches and hoes, right? It's very different. And she was agreeing, like an older black lady, she was agreeing. Those are a time where you respect your elders. There was a community. You could have, you could walk around during the day, during a night. It was more of a community, right? There was more decorum, more respect for each other, more love for each other. So I get what Nick Fuentes was kind of he's talking about right now.
And they would be having dinner in the projects, and there'd be so much chaos and dysfunction and disagreement and fighting. And she would look across the way out the window at a black family in the other apartment, and they'd be holding hands around the table saying grace. And this is sort of the culture that used to prevail. But now what you have in the city is that there's no accountability for the black people. And now Chicago has become a complete dump because these teenagers go out and they take over the city. They call them teen takeovers. That's the euphemism for it. They're teenagers, but they all come from the same neighborhood. They drive up there and they mug people and attack people, and they destroy cars and destroy shops. We had the Festival of Lights a couple of weeks ago. It's supposed to be a family event. And they light up the trees, and there's a big parade. I was in the parade one year, and you had a bunch of black people there shooting each other. 7 people shot, a 14-year-old killed in the Magnificent Mile. And I know there's a lot of black people that feel the same way about this. They say, we've lost control of the city, and we're looking for accountability. We have a lot of black people that are always outraged about racism, outraged about attitudes from white people, but they're never ashamed of some of these behaviors, never ashamed of some of the things that go on. And that's why I think there's a lot of negative attitudes these days. And so, again, I think those attitudes, you say I'm a product of my environment. I am. And so are my parents and my grandparents. Unlike you, because you're not even American, in Chicago, we have to live in a big, diverse city where there's a lot of different kinds of people. And I think anybody in Chicago will tell you the same.
I live in London. It's one of the biggest and most diverse cities in the world.
But it's not the same.
Well, actually, it's a big, diverse city. The only difference is we don't have the gun violence because we don't.
Yeah, you have stabbing violence, right? Knife violence in the UK. Knife violence is considered high and a significant national concern. I mean, like, knife violence is actually very high in the UK. So really,
guns. That's a whole different story. I don't want to get into that with you. I have got into that before.
You got a knife problem. You got sword problems.
We have problems with
Aladdin.
We have problems with violent crime. I make no pretense of it. So the idea that somehow I'm cosseted in London because I'm not in Chicago.
I didn't say that.
Well, you kind of implied it, but I guess my point about the environment, I'm not saying you are a product of your environment. I'm saying most people are in some capacity. Mm. When I read that anecdote, it's just to remind you, it's not something I have put out there. You told this story, right? And you said that
you said this. We're looping. You said this.
No, but you haven't really directly, I think, responded to it, which is whether your father would not take you to certain restaurant chains because he associated.
He actually did respond to it. Piers is like kind of the man is supposed to be smart. He did respond to it. He said his father's not racist, but right, it's a different time. When his father was a teen, a kid, a young adult, black community was different, drastically different. I mean, I've talked to older generation of black people. They would agree. Compared to now, right? compared to now. There was a recent there was a recent story. I mean, like, how many stories you hear, right? Like, of, like, again, it's not just black people. It's not just black people. So I'm going to say that it's not just black people, but it happens where they get a fight. They have a fight with each other, or, they get loud or whatever. They get ratchet or ghetto. It happens. Okay. And I'm not saying it's all black people. No, but it happens. And particularly this generation of people, of black people, of minorities, are definitely drastically different than older generations. So Nick, he answered that question. Pierce is kind of being ignorant to it.
Associate them with black Americans. Is that true?
No, well, see here, if you're in America, you would say that Olive Garden is not real Italian food. Applebee's, TGI Fridays, and stuff is a load of crap. My dad was just a food snob, but no, it's got nothing to do with that. My best friend in first grade was a black guy. We're not a racist family. So
okay. So when you told the story, I'm just curious. So when you told that anecdote, which clearly on the face of it is racist, right? You're basically saying your father made racist decisions about where you would go as a family to eat. Are you saying? No. Well, I'm just going to ask you a question. Are you saying that when you told that story, you didn't mean to infer that he was racist? And do you understand why when somebody like me reads that anecdote for the first time, as I did this week, I reach a different conclusion?
Well, I understand what you're doing, which is a sort of making of a murderer. How did he become racist? Well, his father didn't eat an Olive Garden because he said that's not real Italian food. Hang on, can I? What's with the interruptions? Can I explain?
I'm literally reminding you of something you said on your show, which led me to conclude a certain thing. If I'm wrong, tell me.
Yeah, it was said in jest as a humorous anecdote, and now you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is his parents are racist. He comes from a long line of racists. And I think everybody knows my parents are boomers. Mm-hmm. And these people come, well, you're a boomer, I guess, too. And in a way,
60.
right? You were born in what, 19? Yeah. So you're a boomer also. Mm-hmm. Or maybe you're a Gen Xer. I suppose.
What is up, Jay?
What's poppin'?
Hey.
I heard you earlier about talking about it happens. Yeah. While I don't deny it happens, there's just nothing unique to Black society. For him to single out Black society is an issue.
Well, here's my thing where I want to say, let's say this, right? I don't have any statistics on it, right? So I'm not going to say that it's only Black people, because I know it's not only. But I could say that let's say this, right? Definitely by popular media, right? By media itself, it is an issue that, and again, let me say this. I want to preface that I do agree that, the black community don't control the media, right? So I do understand that. So it's not necessarily like, they have a hand in it, but by media, you do see it often. Now you do see that kind of a behavior often in the Black community. But like I said, I'm not saying that it's only in the Black community. So for some people who have that maybe bias or stereotype, it's not too crazy. Now, again, I'm not saying that it's only them, but I don't think it's a crazy kind of view.
Well, even with that, according to him, he lived in a Black area. Therefore, the idea that he only has his view of Black people is what he sees on TV. It just isn't an accurate view to have.
Well, maybe, like, again, I mean, he also, not to say TV, right? The guy lived in Chicago. I mean, we can all say that Chicago isn't the best, has the best representation of Black people. Okay, so I don't think it's just TV. Definitely environment.
I'm
right?
from New York, guy. I'm from New York, guy. You typically don't have issues unless you have done something to provoke an issue. If you have an issue, it has to have something to do with money. Typically, if you're not messing with somebody's money, if you're not trying to steal something, you're going to have a fine time. I live in a low income black area. Nobody messes with me.
Well, I mean, like I also lived in a low income area, but it's not just money, right? You can be disrespectful to someone, and because I've seen situations, right, where if we can agree that if things can rile up, not just money, there could be many kind of different situations.
It's particularly three types of issues. One of issue of respect, one of
Mhm.
money, or it has something to do behind a woman. When a
Yeah.
white person does something similar, when a white person does something similar, it's not a directed to the person who has transgressed them. My girlfriend broke up with me. Let me take out my whole family and myself. My girlfriend broke
Hmm.
up with me. Let me spray up a movie theater. It's not the
Hmm.
same thing remotely.
No, I'm not saying it's the same thing, right? I'm not. I definitely think that it's a difference of how people go about things, right? I do think that, but I mean, but I have talked to certain let's say older generation of black people, that it is true that newer generations or recent generations of black people are definitely, or in certain people's view, maybe even my view, that they are drastically different than older generations of black people.
They're drastically different. And if we want to talk about crime, crime has gone down across the board, black society included.
True. I think yeah. I mean, yeah. Society. I mean, it's not as I definitely agree, but it doesn't mean that it's not high, right? That's you can't. It's like two things can be true at once. True, crime has gone down. Doesn't mean that it's not high.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that it's high, that it isn't high, but him to
Yeah.
single out a particular community,
Well, no,
and when
well, I think this because Pierce pushed sorts of a certain community, so he's talking about certain community. So I think it's the context, right? So they're talking about black people, so he's talking about black people. So I think that's more of the context.
Pierce is asking him about his belief systems that he has reiterated several times on his platforms.
Yes, yes, but I mean, let me. I would say this. I don't. I mean, like I said this. I don't necessarily 100% agree with his views on race. So I'm not trying to defend the man. Um, but yeah, I mean, again, I don't necessarily. I mean, I don't listen to him enough to make the clear judgment. But he's out of his mouth. He says he doesn't hate black people. So I mean, uh, I can't really.
That's because he's also said the opposite. He's interested in going mainstream. Therefore, he's going to have to neuter what he says.
That is true. I wouldn't. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. But yeah, let's
He's
let's
on
watch some more. Let's watch some more and
the
react.
cusp of it. He's not.
Right? Let's
All
watch some
right.
more with me.
Suppose it's sort of on the cusp. But it's a humorous anecdote. These are kind of the attitudes of baby boomers in society, but you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is you're a product of your environment. Your dad's racist because of this joke. Now you're a racist. And I don't think that's a fair characterization.
Okay. People can make their own minds up. They can go back and listen to you say it. I mean, the beauty of what I'm going to talk to you about in this interview is that almost all of it is just going to be reminding you what you have said and asking you what you meant. Your position about that story is that it was a joke. Okay. I want to come to something else you said. This is where you talk about Jews, women, and blacks. Let's just take a listen.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Okay. Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything I said in that clip is true.
Including that blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
Yeah. Yes.
But all of them?
No, for the most part.
What does the most part mean? What percentage of American blacks would you like to see in prison?
whatever the percentages of the murderers. I think it's 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder in their lifetime. So maybe let's say that 5%.
Oh, so you're talking about black people who murder people?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But you didn't say that.
That's
You
the
just said
crime problem.
blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. You didn't clarify that you were talking about black murderers.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that. That's a great point.
Do you think it's funny, or?
I think, yeah, I do. I think it's hilarious. I think it's totally true.
Do you think a black American would find it funny? You think that blacks should be imprisoned for the most part?
Blacks are my biggest fans. I get high fives all the time. They say, Nick Fuentes, I love your show. They agree with me. And you want to know why? Here's the difference. Black people are the most victimized by other black people. You think black people want to live in the hood and the ghetto and get shot all the time? That's what happens in the south side of Chicago. You should come here. I'll take you there. We could go to Garfield Park.
My son went to Chicago
Inglewood.
University for a year, actually, several years ago.
Yeah, that's a bubble. That's a bubble. You think you're in Chicago and Hyde Park? You don't know Chicago. Go a little bit west, see what it's like over there. And I'll tell you, black people agree with me because they're tired of it too. And maybe not most of them, but a lot of them agree with what I say about that because they know how it is. That's why the first thing they do when they make a little bit of money is they go and leave to another neighborhood.
Okay, so what was
Let's
remind me again, the percentage of black men who commit murder in America. What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 1 in 20. 1 in 20.
It's 1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in 20.
No. Less than 1 in 100 black US men commit murder. That's the most up-to-date crime statistics in America.
That's not true. I've seen other statistics. They say 1 in 20 will eventually commit a murder.
So your rate means that you're saying that 5 times as many black men commit murder as the official crime statistics say.
Yeah, there's a report, I believe, on X by Data Has.
Now, I'll say this. I don't necessarily agree with the statistics because I don't believe that it's that many, right? And I don't believe that, he should have clarified, right? Criminals should go to prison. That no one would disagree with that. I do want to talk about the point where I do agree that, and here's my thing where I've said this before, right? I've said that black people do not care about their public image in the sense that, their public image is usually what is portrayed, right? Again, it's not all, but the ghetto fighting in public, or ratchet behaviors, whatever. Okay, is the preferable view of their public image, and I always have it against. I don't know if what Nick is saying is true, right? How black people love him, or black people, are his biggest fans. I don't know if that's true or not, but I wouldn't be surprised that a lot of black people secretly, maybe behind closed doors, because I don't see that often on media, they do hate, that side of their culture, right? How hugely represented it is, right? The violence, the black on black crimes, the drugs, the debauchery, the sex, all the lustfulness, the degeneracy. I do believe that a lot of black people do hate that, but they're just not vocal about it, which is why I kind of get my own view of how black people in general don't care about their public image, because again, their public image is a big representation of what things I just said. What do you think, Jay?
I would argue that you don't spend enough time in black spaces, because there's plenty of black spaces that will talk about the problems in their community and how it needs to be solved. And in terms of liking Nick Fuentes, as a black person, I would say I prefer him over Tucker Carlson and other people, but that's because he keeps it straight. He tells it as it is. He hates black people, and he's willing to be straight up about it. Tucker Carlson is going to sit here and talk about, I don't hate black people. I have all these reasons, or I don't hate black people at all. There's no reason that you're just making things up. He's the only one in his part of the sector that's being legit about his belief system.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Now, I would say this, right? I do. Again, I'm not saying I'm in every black corner, but I do pay attention a lot to, black content. Now, of course, maybe I'm just saying that, the bigger creators don't really talk about it, or not enough creators. I think that should be one of the biggest issues, where how the policing of your own community, right? The
You care to give an examples of who you listen to?
okay.
Because I can give you some examples of who criticize.
Oh yeah, I mean, hell, I would love to. To be honest, I would love to know some creators, because I would love to, have other, watches. So definitely, please, I will definitely know more.
So, Sergeant Willie P,
Sergeant Willie
Professor
P?
Black Truth.
Professor
Yes.
Black True?
Black Truth.
Truth.
Professor Black Truth.
Truth. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
And the Black Authority, who has a secondary channel called The Business, where he talks about
Oh, the business. Yes, yes. The business. I do. I've heard of the business. Yes, yes. I've seen a little bit of it. Yeah.
So yeah, all of these people, well, while they will discuss white supremacy, they will discuss what's wrong with their community and how they can themselves can fix it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I mean, yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I've seen some of the I definitely seen the business. Yeah, so I definitely know. Definitely I've seen a little bit of it, so I definitely agree. He does some of his things do say that, so I definitely agree with that. All right, let's continue.
To have to go and double check that for you, but yes, there's some pretty shocking evidence that says that it's far more alarming than you would think.
Okay, but you would accept that the official crime statistics are 1 in 100, or you wouldn't accept that statistic?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but I've seen other evidence. Like I said, Data Hazard on X, I believe, produced a report about a year ago. It said 1 in 20. But I mean, whether it's 1 in 20 or 1 in 100, that's a lot of people, Piers. I mean,
sure,
this is
a lot of white people commit murder too. People do, don't they?
Okay, but it's about
XY, what is up, my sister?
proportionality. I mean, white people are 65% of the population. Blacks are 13%. And I think anybody would tell you that more black people proportionally commit violent crime than white people, and people vote with their feet. People would rather pay a much higher property tax.
Most mass shootings.
What's with the interruptions?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You look at in Chicago, in New York, these neighborhoods are so stratified. People would rather pay a high tax rate. They'd rather pay a much higher property value to live in a less diverse, less black neighborhood, because they don't want to live around the violence. And I think that when you look at even on the public transit, the subway, the blue line, people don't want to go there because they know who occupies and menaces the public transit. It is these people like Daniel Penny had to deal with. It's people like Irina Zarutska had to deal with. And that's just the uncomfortable reality.
You've also said you don't want to live near black people. Let's take a listen to this clip.
I'm a new generation of...
Definitely long day at work.
White person. I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry. It's racial for me.
And I've said this, right? I don't agree with Nick on everything. I would definitely disagree with him in this, right? I've said this before. I mean, whether anyone like seen my opinions on black people and think that I hate black people, I definitely don't agree with that, because I've always said this, where I think the black community is the coolest community around. And I still live around black people. So I definitely I don't agree with Nick on everything. So I hope that this isn't this whole interview isn't only on race. So, because I want to see his other point of views.
Well, what you call it? If he doesn't want to have black offspring, I don't really care about that. If that's what he wants, he go for it. I don't know how successful he's going to be, considering how when his ideology was reigned supreme in America, that still wasn't able. Racial purity was still an ideology that never held true. But if you want to give another crack at it, go ahead.
Yeah.
And Call me racist. Oh, very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, it couldn't be clearer, really, unless you want to say that's another of your jokes. But you're basically saying, yeah, I'm a racist, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Totally. I think everybody's racist. I think everybody, if we're being honest, is racist. I think everybody, the only people that aren't racist or pretend not to be are white people to their detriment. Everybody else is racist.
So earlier in the interview, you really got aggrieved at the idea that your father was a racist. You wanted to make emphatically sure
my father's.
He's not.
Because my father doesn't share my same views on that.
So he's the exception to everyone's a racist.
Well, everybody's a little bit racist. You're right. So maybe everybody. The difference is you're attacking my father. He can get fired from his job.
I'm not attacking.
This is my thing where I don't necessarily agree that everyone's racist, but what I have a caveat is that I believe everyone has biases, right? Everyone maybe believe in a little bit of a stereotype or maybe have a little bit of bias. That's my thing, because racist, I always feel like it kind of have a connotation of hate instead of, I always say this, that I believe it's more ignorance, right? That's why I say you have bias.
Everybody might have a bias, but
yeah,
my bias does not stop you. Bias stops me in life. There's a difference.
No, but that's why I think his might be more in line with racist. So that's why I think it's a little bit different. But that's why I don't say I would never say everyone is racist. But I can say that I believe everyone would have biases, right? Particular racial biases or whatever, gender biases of whatever kind. So because I like to, maybe this is like more an optimist instead of a pessimist. That I believe that, I believe people in general are pretty good, right? I believe people are good people. But again, it's natural to have biases, right? So that's what I think.
All right.
Your father?
You are.
No, I'm not. I don't know your father. And to be clear, I have no knowledge about him at all.
Then let's leave him out of it. Let's leave him out of it if you don't know him.
Hang on, Nick. You put that story into the public domain on your show. I'm simply reminding you of what you told everybody, millions of people, about your father. If you now want to retract it, fine. If you want to say it was a joke, which is what your position was earlier, fine. But I'm allowed to put to you things you've said publicly. That's not unfair. That's not me targeting your father. You put that story about him out there.
You know what you're doing. What you're doing.
I'm asking you about a pretty shocking anecdote, which to me looked like you were saying your father made decisions about where you as a family would eat based on skin color of people who worked at these places. If you say, or use them, if you say that is not what you meant, that's fine. You can respond any way you like. But the idea I can't ask you about it without you saying I'm attacking your father is ridiculous.
Well, you are, and you know what you're doing. And there's a political culture in America where if you have the wrong views, you get fired from your job. And my father has a job. And if you go on here and say, you charge him with racism or something, and I'm put in a position where I don't look like I'm sticking to my guns if I don't say my father's a racist, you're putting him in jeopardy, and he's not here to defend himself or explain his views. And it's very low, and I think you know exactly what you're doing, and people can see what you're doing. I'll defend my views, and I think that, so let's leave him out of it. Let's just not talk about my father, because my father isn't here. I'm here.
Okay, well,
I'll defend my views, and I'll defend the anecdote.
Listen, that's fine. But then do you accept you shouldn't talk about your father on your show? And you shouldn't tell...
Absolutely not. Absolutely
not.
So
it's fine for you to put a story out there which would make most people who listened to that story or watched it at the time on your show conclude that he was racist. It's fine for you to do that. But if I then ask you about it, I'm the one who's being unfair and I've crossed the line. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you're being malicious.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Listen, people are watching this live. They can draw their own conclusions about whether what I just did.
And they will.
Yeah, I'm sure afterwards, by the way, you'll say, he ambushed me with your own words.
Whoa.
With your own words.
That's a little presumptuous. I'm not going to say it's an ambush, but I think that's a low blow. And I think you know what you're doing, and that.
I kind of think it. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with Pierce, but I do agree with how Nick is saying that Pierce knows what he's doing, right? And it is true that his father's not there to defend himself or whatever. I mean, I think it's not needed, but again, I don't disagree that it's true that Nick did talk about it. So Pierce brings it up to support whatever claims he wants to make, but he is using it to support his own claim. So it's a very blurry kind of topic.
I think it's fair for Piers to ask him on things that he said.
No.
But with that being said, depending on what job Nick's father's got, he's not going to go anywhere. Because I'll say this: if my history gets leaked onto the net, I have no fear of getting fired from my job. This is what happens when you have a union job. I don't know what he's working.
Yeah. No, that's true. That's true.
That's fine. You're a tabloid journalist. I expected that. I don't think it's an ambush because I knew it would be like this. And people will see what you're doing, and I think they'll say it's low. But as far as you want to talk about racism,
I do.
Let's talk about racism.
Okay,
let's leave my dad out of it.
Look, you've admitted you're a racist, correct?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Own it.
Okay, that's fine. You're perfectly entitled in a free democratic society to stare down the barrel of his camera and tell me you're a racist. People can judge you accordingly. Many people who have assumed that you're a racist will now have heard it from your own lips. That's fine.
There you go.
That's the point. The point of this interview is to go over the things you've said, which have led people to reach conclusions about you, and to ascertain whether those conclusions are fair and reasonable or not. That's it. I want to play you another clip. This is where you talk about why white people are justified in being racist. Let's take a listen to this.
First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
You stand by that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So white people should go out of their way to avoid black people when they see them.
What's up, Real? What's up, Rain?
How you guys doing tonight?
I'm good. I'm chilling.
I see we got an one tonight.
Yep.
Is this
No, it's a new one, a new face, Jay.
Oh, nice talking.
Yeah. All is well, man.
Yeah. Topics. Let's see. I mean, like, I'm down for talking about other topics too, right? I would love if XY would join. Give me a minute. Give me a second, right? Give me a second. I'm always down for I was down for having a conversation tonight. So let's see if other people want to have more of a bigger conversation. So I'm always down. Give me a second.
Hey, well, DA, I'll tell you how we can lure XY out.
Yeah.
Does Piers have the timestamps of when Nick talks about modern dating?
See, that's what I'm saying. I really wanted him to skip not talking about I wanted him not to just talk about racism.
Yeah, I think look at the timestamps because I think Piers talks to him about like being an incel or something.
Okay, let's say
that Nick is an undercover lover.
You think so?
Absolutely.
Oh, that's interesting because I've heard that from a couple people. So I just want to kind of hear your perspective on that.
I mean, I don't know. I never really heard, anything about his sexuality. So I haven't heard of that. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of like one of those things that people have been talking about, like just because he's so devout Catholic that they view that as so odd because no one's ever known a devout Catholic that doesn't fornicate.
I tell you this right now. I'm a religious person.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a practicing religious person to the point that I've said I am not having sexual relationships until marriage. That dude has some very unstraight moments in his life.
Really? What do you mean?
This dude he was spending the night with a a gay cat boy.
Really?
In his text, a bunch of his texts been leaked, and it's been real weird.
Well, like,
Now, I wouldn't be surprised, right? Usually people who fight so hard against one side, it's usually they are exactly that. So, like, if he fights so hardly against black people, he probably has secret black lovers. It's kind of an example, right? So that's what I mean.
nah, because like, I think as most straight men will admit that they've made like some kind of like stupid jokes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in the age of social media and everything, and like what do you call it? Where you can screenshot. Like, it's easier to like let a stupid joke get out of context. If you know what I mean? So
No,
like,
that is true. That is true. I can see that.
There's very limited context for having a sleepover,
Well,
and you videotape it, by the way.
okay,
A sleepover with a cat boy at his spot overnight.
yeah, but like, you've gotten drunk and stayed over at your homeboy's house, right?
well, I don't
Don't drink.
Okay, but like, if someone were to drink, like, if I were to go out and I were to drink, and like my gay friend lives down the street, and I were to go sleep at his house, does that mean like I'm bi-curious because like I have a gay friend and I'm staying the night at his house?
You are giving him a benefit of a doubt. I will say that. You're giving him the benefit.
Well, I'm just like,
Nick the benefit of the doubt.
yeah, I am giving the benefit of the doubt, but I'm just saying like some homeboy slept at a gay guy's house means he's gay. That's kind of a leap too.
I mean, I don't like to. I mean, I don't try to make an assumption about people without concrete proof. So,
Yeah, that's all I'm saying is like, until I see otherwise, like, I don't see anything to question him on.
Yeah, but let's see. This one might be talking about women, right? So let's see.
Talked about this. You're talking about.
Are we done talking about white genocide?
Well, no, I'm coming to the same part because you seem very resistant to the idea of marriage. You've never got married. You've talked very scathingly about henpecked husbands. Just take a look.
That's true. Guys get to a certain age and they're like, you know what? Women suck. Like, they're talking too much. They're not hot anymore. Like, you're fat, you're chubby, you're not as hot as you think you are. You fucking talk too much. You're a bitch.
So we'll obviously get to the brazen misogyny part of that a little later. But I'm just curious. On one hand, there's this terrible genocide going on of white people. On the other hand, you want people effectively to stop going near women because they all turn out to be so ghastly, so they shouldn't presumably procreate. So how does that work? I mean, aren't you, with your rhetoric, actively encouraging men not to associate with these ghastly women, therefore not have any more children? Therefore, you are contributing, Nick Fuentes, to the diminishing white population. I'm confused.
I tell my followers to get married all the time. I tell them that it's best for everybody to get married. And I think that's the only way that you can have sex. I think that's the only licit way as a Catholic, as you know, to have sex is within marriage.
Why don't you get married?
I'll get married later. It's been difficult for me because people are shooting at me at my house. I don't know that I don't want to have kids and a wife. My wife would be screaming about that. Me, I have to be able to take risks and be able to say these things. It's difficult to bring a family into a life that's like that. But for my followers, I tell them to get married. But what's happening with women...
You literally just told your followers, hang on, in that clip, you literally told followers, women, they get old, they get fat, they get ugly, they get very annoying. So where's the incentive to get married to women? There isn't one. You're actively telling them the opposite.
You're extrapolating a lot.
Just quoting you back yourself again.
No, but you're extrapolating and saying, well, you say women are annoying, so therefore or what's the incentive. We have to do it in spite of the fact that they are annoying. We have to do it in spite of the fact that they talk too much. We can get them to lose weight. We can put them on peptides. We can get them to the promised land, but it's going to be a little annoying.
Women maybe.
I would say this. It's a bit extreme, right? It's a bit extreme, but I would definitely I'm not gonna say like women are fat and annoying. Well, maybe annoying, but I would definitely say that modern day women have become because of feminism have become very they're not in general modern day women have been poisoned by feminism in such a way where they're not fit to be partners, right? Such an XY is such an a-hole. Again, yeah, a bit extreme, right? A bit extreme, but I do say that I'm not surprised that modern day women are where he sees it, right? That they're not fit to be in relationships. So you have to, like he says, you have to get women to become more fit for relationships, right? Because modern day women are really, I kind of agree, annoying, right? Not all women, but a lot of women.
Well, I think what Nick's doing is he's kind of playing 4D chess. And let me explain this, because what Nick's doing is he's making men change their behaviors. So men, he's just saying like, and for lack of better words, he's just saying like, stop chasing these hoes in a roundabout way. He's literally just saying, stop chasing these hoes. By him telling his young audience, stop chasing these hoes, it's going to make the younger women be like, why aren't we getting attention? Why aren't we getting attention? Oh, it's because this guy's saying we acting like hoes. Maybe we should stop acting like hoes.
Very generous. But that's very generous for you right there. I will say that he's saying something that's true with no road on how to get there. I believe in what you call it. I believe in you can work with a woman to get them to where you want to be at. True. That requires a serious person, two serious people. What has Nick provided you to be serious about? What has he done to get your career started in life so you can be a serious prospect? He hasn't.
No. I definitely think Nick isn't the type to give out prescriptions. He's maybe a more descriptor, right,
But
of a content creator.
He's also not a dating coach.
No, he's definitely not. That's why I think he's more of a descriptor.
Yeah, but he's supposed to be the voice of young men. He can sit there and talk about how to make money.
But I don't think he does he?
Elaborate on that. He's supposed to be the voice of young people. What do you think he should be doing then?
I would say if I was in his position, I would say that you need to a fusion of two different types of skills: hard skills and soft skills. You should be able to know how to build a house. You should also know how to code.
Well, I mean, I kind of agree. I kind of agree. I mean, I mean, I'm not I probably think Nick is the same way, where I'm not really a descriptor, or I mean, a prescriptor. But I always say that I definitely believe men should be the best version of themselves, right? Strive to be the best version of themselves. So I definitely agree to that.
Well, you see, like my view of Nick is he's more so the therapist for young men, and he's just kind of like or like not the therapist, but he's saying what their frustrations are and present to the world. Yeah. He's the soundboard for him. So like when he goes to Fresh and Fit, he goes and talks to these other people. So like he's trying to lead them to like, oh, if they have a dating question, like I don't have that information, but I'll go talk to the people that do and put you in contact with them. You're into this? Let me go. Like he networks. So I think like you're saying I'm being too generous on Nick. I think you're being a little too harsh on Nick.
I mean, here's the thing where this is why I said, right? I think Nick is the thing where because he's young, right? This guy is early 20s, right? Early to mid 20s.
He's
So
27.
I'm younger than Nick.
okay, 27. Okay, well, still pretty young. But I think he's going in a generation where I think clickbait kind of mentality, meme kind of mentality, where plus he's a content creator. So I think this is why I always take a little bit of a what is it a grain of salt with like a lot of content creators because again their purpose is to be controversial, right? I mean, if you, Nick only got to where his position is by being controversial. So that's my take on it because the thing he says is controversial, but it's getting him like screen time with Piers Morgan. So that's how I see it. So I wouldn't necessarily 100% think that he believes the things he said 100%, particularly because it's so extreme. But maybe he does. But I just view that he's putting a persona so he can get those views.
Yeah, and it's kind of like, Piers Morgan has on Destiny, and we all know like the crazy messed up stuff that Destiny has said, right?
Yeah, dude,
Yeah,
Destiny's a joke.
yeah, Destiny. I mean, the
But
guy.
like, when has Piers gone this hard at Destiny about like some of this like one-on-one like Destiny said like Charlie, like he said horrible things about Charlie Kirk after his death. He said horrible things about like the firefighter in Pennsylvania. He's been accused of sharing videos on authorized, and Pierce has him on and doesn't question Destiny on any of these things. What this
he
is,
questioned him about his harsh language.
his harsh language. So all the things I just told you about, like the actions of sharing women's videos without permission, and he's only going to talk to him about his harsh language. That's sorry, that's a
I don't know.
fucking.
I don't know if Destiny's been on since that controversy broke.
He's been on 3 times this year after Charlie Kirk died. So way after that.
Well, for me, when I seen Destiny, he's only been on panels, right? Where he's
Right,
not the
but
only
that's kind of my point. Like, why not have Destiny on individually and talk about it the way he's grilling Nick?
Yeah, I don't think Destiny
It'd
would
be a
do
bit hard to get it's going to be a bit hard to get 5 other like-minded Nick guys, unless you're going to go from the relics of the past, which would be Nick Spencer or
Okay,
Richard Spencer. I mean,
okay. So 5 Nick-minded people. Let's just say Lauren Southern. I can say Jack Posobiec. I can say Benny Johnson.
Are
Like,
they
there's
a
right people. I'm
I
not talking.
I only know Benny Johnson. Benny Johnson is a lot cooler in
You're
terms of his rhetoric than Nick. He's got a bit more ice on him.
you're
Nick's more
talking.
fire.
You're talking about doing a panel. I'm saying, when has Piers said, Destiny, me and you need to sit down one on one and talk like this conversation that he's having with Nick?
I don't think
Because
Destiny would do that.
I don't know if he's actually done that. I've only
right.
seen clips of Destiny. I haven't actually watched his time with Piers Morgan.
So like this is what I like me and DA had talked about before. It's like this Piers is representing to me subjective moralism.
Well, I mean, again, I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, this is his show where he wants to get. I'm pretty sure Nick would be a very clickbaity kind of guy, right? So it's understandable, but I don't think that some of the let's say other side would definitely do these kind of interviews with Piers Morgan. So I kind of doubt someone like Destiny would actually want to do this.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. And that's why I'm saying, like, when I'm hearing like all this, like I'm being generous with him, it's like you kind of have to be generous to the guy who has the balls to come up here and face the internet firing squad.
Yeah. Well, let's continue. Let's continue.
Why none of them want to go near you?
Oh, you should see my DMs. It is quite the opposite. They're called the Groy bets, and I'm actually batting them away. Granted, not all of them are attractive. Some of them are attractive.
Are you actually,
You'd be
just to
very
clear
wrong
up, just to clear up one of the many theories about you, I've no idea what the answer is, and you haven't got to answer. But are you actually attracted to women?
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay?
No. But I will say that women are very difficult to be around.
Okay.
So there's that.
And do you think they should have the right?
Jay, I was wondering, right? Since you said that you are, waiting until marriage, would you have the same kind of view that women are difficult to be around, or modern day women are difficult or
They
annoying and
certainly can
all
be.
other stuff?
They certainly can be. I'm not arguing with that.
Okay. I was wondering your viewpoints. Okay.
Anything worth having will be a struggle. So
I agree. Okay.
To vote?
I do not. No, absolutely not.
They should stay at home?
Okay, you know what? Perfect thing, right? Maybe this will get XY on, right? So let's say I want to get the views of the panel. Okay, do you agree for women to vote? Right. So what do you guys think?
I kind of
oh well,
have
I'll
the.
go. No.
Go ahead.
Well, it depends on what perspective you're going from. I would say that if your whole thing is the only time that somebody should be able to have skin in the game or to vote is if they put their life on the line or they're willing to put their life on the line, then yeah, sure, fair enough. But if that's not your prerequisite of what you need to do to vote, well then I think everybody should be able to vote.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to say something that might be controversial. I hold the kind of stakeholder democracy where unless you really like, I don't think that a 20-year-old should have a right to what I do with my 401k.
I
So,
I definitely agree. Well, I kind of like I want to expand in where I definitely believe that I believe families, I believe people who have businesses. I think anything else with that, like people maybe work for the government or whatnot, or soldiers should have the right to vote.
yeah,
Anything else, I don't think. I
Yeah, because
don't think you should.
I was about to say, man, I can get my head blown off, but I can't vote. That's
Mhm.
crazy.
No. That's why I definitely agree. Right? If you're a soldier, you work for the government, you have a family, and you have a business. I think those are the people who should have the right to vote. I think get rid of who cares about your age, because there are stupid people who are older. There's stupid people that are younger. I think women, single women should not vote. I don't think single women should vote. Particularly if they don't fall under what I just said, right? If you don't have a family,
I,
if you're not the head of your family, if you don't own a business, and if you're not a soldier or work for the government, I don't think so.
I
yeah,
would
and
argue
like,
that if you're going to restrict it, single women should be able to vote, and it would be married women that shouldn't be able to vote. Because a
Well,
married woman is under the protection of a man. A single woman has to go out into the world and make it.
no. See, what I think, like, that vote is that it's a family vote, right? So that's her vote. That's including the family. While single women, I don't believe. I mean, like I said, if they don't fall under, because I don't believe single men should do it too, right? Because if you don't fall under the umbrella of those kind of thing, a family, you have a business, you work for the government, or you're a soldier. I don't even think single men should vote.
yeah, and like Jay, to follow that point up is like, let's just say we have a woman who is renting, a single woman who's renting an apartment complex, or like renting in an apartment complex. I don't think it should be right for her to be able to vote on how the property owner does it. Man, and the property owner could be a woman. Like, I'm just saying, like, you have to have some kind of skin in the game, whether it be financially or getting your head blown off.
Yeah, I mean, and I think it's like more big financially, right? Owning one home, yeah. I mean, like owning a business that owns multiple homes, or you are providing for a family. I think that's the thing, right? So, yeah, because I think there's too many uneducated voters. Because like for me, it's like I heard plenty of people who wanted to vote for Kamala just because she was a woman, or because she was a woman of color. I mean, like seriously, that's like, then what was the point? Same thing with Obama. A lot of people can tell you that they voted for Obama purely because he was black, not because of any policies he had. So really, to be honest, I rather, and I'm not saying I'm not a voter. I mean, I'm registered, but I don't really know policies that well, so I wouldn't have voted. So I just think that it makes more sense that people who have a stake in the game would know policies, would vote on policies instead of voting because of some arbitrary thing about gender or race. So that's my thing. And in my opinion, I think a lot of women, not all women, but a lot of women exemplify that mentality where they vote purely because of some superficial traits, not because of necessarily, policies.
I would
Oh,
argue, while you're right, they did vote because gender or racial issue, or because of the person's race, is because it was a failure to understand how politicians work. They politicians presented them a non-verbal idea, and since it wasn't verbal, there was nothing to hold those politicians to.
Mm. But I would say this, right? XY, I don't believe that's true, right? At least this term, his recent term, Trump, I mean, again, I'm not like the most educated, voter or whatever, but Trump had a campaign, right? He, a lot of things was on immigration. He definitely voted. I mean, his platform was definitely on immigration. Definitely a lot of talks on, about, trans in women's sports, stuff like that. So he did have again, I'm not saying I'm all that educated on his platform either, because I couldn't care. I didn't care that much. But I mean, at least I know that he definitely was on immigration, right? About deportating a lot of people. So they didn't vote him just because he was a white man or a man. So I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, Trump promised change. I think we're going to get change for the negative, but Trump has not been following through on his like immigration thing. Even Nick Fuentes had to come out and be like, "This due to half measure with this immigration."
Well, I mean,
Obama deported more people than him.
but so I kind of think that it's funny because I kind of think that Trump is trying to be more measured, not extreme. So I mean, it's funny that people would even criticize he didn't do enough. Yet, if you see media, it seems like he's doing too much. So it is a little bit crazy. So
All right.
yeah, and kind of the thing that like I understand what XY is trying to say, but like we could also put that argument to, so did people like Democrats not vote for Kamala because she's not a white man?
I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what. That's why, I
Both sides hold the same ideology. The only difference is how they get there. So yeah, I do believe that they didn't vote because she wasn't a white man.
I agree. I definitely agree. I definitely agree. That's kind of why I'm not really big on politics, because both sides are. I've always, in my view with politics, I've always viewed as like voting for the lesser of two evils, right? No group is all that better than the other, right? So at the time you're voting, which one is not as bad? So that's how I always viewed it.
It's a great view of it, but I think that's kind of like that's kind of what's leading to people like Nick becoming so popular, is because Nick is kind of saying like America first should be the policy.
No, I agree. I definitely
And
agree.
I think a lot of people feel that in their bones, like when he says that, because he's not saying more white man, he's not saying more this group, he's just saying America first. And whether you're political or not, like that message has gotten so many presidents their nominations and stuff.
No,
Now I don't know what you watch it, but he is saying, "Hey man, we need something for the whites." Now,
No,
and
no.
I don't think that he's going to be effective though, because unless I see a groyper politician that runs on a groyper platform, Nick is just talking, and he's better at talking because he knows the struggles, because he's also a youth as well. But I don't see anything actually getting done. With the Nick Fuentes ideology, it's just an ideology at this point.
No, I kind of see that. I mean, I'm definitely a American first kind of person, not a white people thing kind of thing. But yeah, I can't. Yeah, Nick is again. I think he fits more for the social media aspect than anything. Let's continue a little bit.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
So basically, you're just a misogynist old dinosaur, aren't you? For a young guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I'm the boomer. I know I'm the boomer here, but actually, you're a 27-year-old dinosaur, aren't you? Aren't you, Nick Fuentes? All women.
I am.
All women are annoying. All women grow
fossil.
old. They all get fat. Says the guy. Have you ever had sex?
No, absolutely not.
Wow. Says the guy who's never got laid. Wow.
That's the thing, though. You boomers, it's
Do you think
always
you're an expert
get laid,
in women,
free love.
given you've never got laid?
Yeah, we are going back to the Stone Age. You're absolutely right. This, you're talking about empathy, and your kids are empathetic, and they would never laugh at a joke about the Holocaust, and you're a misogynist. You're a simp yourself. You're totally henpecked. That's the problem. So we are going back to the way
another clip of yours about women.
A lot of women want to be raped, and when I say raped, I mean like that sounds bad when I say it like that. But there's like a lot of women that really want a guy to beat the shit out of them. But also they have to pretend, but part of it is they have to pretend like they don't.
You think women want to be raped, do you?
That's what the studies show, Piers. That is what these statistics say.
But that's what you believe,
they have fantasies. They have fantasies about it. I don't think that they want to actually get raped. But there's a study out there. Get ready for this. It says 62% of women have rape fantasies. And if you read anything that they're reading, if you watched what they're watching, what do you think 50 Shades of Grey is about? What do you think Twilight is about? I mean, that's just true.
You think women want to have the shit beaten out of them, as you said?
Yeah, and it's very disturbing, but it's true.
Do you think your views on women might change if you actually ever had a relationship with one, or had sex and actually had a proper relationship? I mean, people say the reason you're so angry about women is you're basically an incel.
Well, I'm not angry about it.
You sound very angry. You sound very, very angry about women.
I'm passionate. It's an issue.
You're not passionate. You're sounding very bitter about women, as if women have done a terrible disservice to you. But when you don't have relationships, you don't have sex, when are they doing these terrible things to you that's made you so hateful towards women? I'm really curious.
This is the thing where this is part of where the whole thing where he's the voice of young white men, right? He doesn't give prescription. He doesn't need to necessarily live exactly the life of young white men, but again, or he doesn't need to give prescription because he's just the echo chamber, or the voice for young white men, even though he's not necessarily dealing with women like that. He sees the problems of young men, so that's why I don't necessarily think that he needs to actually have sex with women, or be in a relationship with women, because again, if it's because he's probably not using himself as 100% the beacon for his viewpoints. I think he's using probably the feelings of his general audience. So,
well, they have a saying in Russia that Vladimir Putin uses, and it's if you look in the mirror and you're ugly, you can't blame the mirror. So I think Nick is just presenting to Piers like, this is what Pierce's sons are going through. And Piers doesn't realize that, like, he literally just told Piers, like, look, who's buying 50 Shades of Grey? It's not men. Like, women have these fantasies out there. Like, the moment we stop acting like they don't, the moment we can stop pedalizing them, Like it's like that quote from the 4-year-old virgin. You got the peace sleeve on the pedestal. And so Nick's just kind of like holding the mirror up to Piers. And I really think that Piers knows, like, damn, everything he's saying, I kind of relate to too.
I would say, yeah, Nick is right in terms of the women and their fantasies. You won't hear an argument out of me. I've been on book talk. But what you call it? As long as he stays, I'm just going to be a megaphone for issues. There will never be anything moving forward. There needs to be an actionable ideology.
No, I definitely am. But I just think that he's not that type of creator, right? I just don't think that he would be the voice for actual prescription. So I don't think he's going to follow that, because he doesn't live the life that most men would desire, right? I mean, he's not like an Andrew Tate kind of creator, where he's not living a life that men desire. Now he's voicing men's gripes, right, or certain men's gripes, but he's not the image of what men desire to be like. So that's what I would look at it as. This is why, these are drastically different, right? Men like Andrew Tate became so popular because of who he is. Now, I mean, yes, the things he said, but again, I think he got more popular because who he is, right? He's a relatively good-looking man, an athletic man, a very masculine man, a very wealthy man, a very, a man that has a lot of women. So it's, those are the two kind of different coins, right? While Nick he's pretty much, he's become popular purely because of his, the things he said, not necessarily, his life or, his success. So I think, because again, this is why Andrew Tate got popular. So Andrew Tate is literally probably not 100% prescription type of guy, but people will listen to him because they want to emulate that type of man.
Yeah, I don't know if do you guys watch pro wrestling at all?
No, I haven't done that since I was 6.
Okay.
Yeah, wow.
But you guys like know how like Hulk Hogan, he's just like this over life character, but deep down that's probably who Hulk Hogan really is, but he has to amplify it.
Yeah.
That's all I see Nick as. He's just John Cena for groypers.
I can see that. I can see that.
Yeah, what you call it? He's kind of formulated himself like that. He's made himself basically the god of his space. Because there was a bunch of people that were potentially competitors to the throne. He got them out of there immediately.
Yeah, this is. I mean, that's why I said in the beginning where I think I take him with a bit of grain of salt, right? His rhetoric, because I think. See, this is the thing where I think this. I think a lot of people who are on social media will overact. This is why like I can never. This is why I was hesitant in doing social media, because I can't do it, right? I can't overact. I can't go above and beyond because it's not me. But the people who do, they do find success. So
was that, I don't think that was a hateful clip. I think I was laughing. I said they want men to beat the shit out of them. And that's just true. I mean, when you look at the state of modern women, all they do is lay in their bed, doom scroll, they're chilling out. They're getting a little fat. It is what it is. I don't know what the average weight is, but they're getting a little heavy. And any guy that is playing the field these days will tell you that. I mean, and I know a lot of the chats. I am an incel. I'm friends with a lot of chads like Bradley Martin, Clavicular. They agree with me. There's sort of like this alliance between the guys that don't have sex and the guys that get the most sex. We know what women are about. It's the guys in the middle. Guys like you in the middle. It's the beta male orbiters that say, she's amazing, you're a misogynistic pig, because I don't know what that is. I guess
let me explain to you what I think it is. I think when a 27-year-old guy who's never got laid, never had a meaningful relationship with a woman, says that women shouldn't be allowed to vote, they should stay at home, that all they do is fantasize about being raped and being beaten up, that's what they want, that they're annoying, that they get fat, that they get ugly. That's a misogynist. Now, you may not understand it because your knowledge of women is so incredibly tiny.
I kind of want to I think this is a great jump off point because I want to show you guys something, right? So for the audience, Piers is pretty much seems like he's on women's side, right? Calling this man a misogynist, all this stuff. But this is the problem, right? This is why when you look at men's life, when you look at the whole picture, this is why men can't be like Piers. So I'm going to show you guys something, right? I'm going to show you guys something why men in general can't be like Piers. So let me give me a second. Okay, so this just recently happened, right? And this is why we always see that, being a man that puts women on a pedestal, right? Puts women on a pedestal, shame other men for kind of, I don't know, calling out the reality when it comes to dealing with women. You will be shamed. You will be put in your place because your life will pretty much be a reasoning why men are the way they are. So let's check this one out, right? Let's have a little bit of a different clip. MTR, great creator. So let's check this one out.
Emasculating him. So here goes one of the first ones, and this is his wife's name, Celia Warden. All right, she is a public figure as well. You'll see that blue check mark. I believe she's also a journalist, sort of like her husband. Nevertheless, when the husband's away, Mr. Suds comes to play. Hashtag you missed the spot. Everyday sexism, not an object, but I want to be. Speedo, Hollywood Life, Hawaiian, Tropic. Obviously, this is not Piers Morgan. Lord knows who this man is, but just saying anybody is in front of your wife's smartphone wearing a Speedo as she flirts with him on her public Instagram. Let's move on. So this one right here, I don't know if this is actually a book, but it says Why We All Need a Boyfriend, a Best Boyfriend by Celia Warden. I think this is actually just some image that was created in order to troll Piers, but wait, it gets worse. Looks like it's from her story posted an hour ago. One thing led to another, it says, and whoops, in bed. Rupert. Another thing to note here is similar to Akash, Piers Morgan's wife is at least 10 years younger than him. It is wild to me.
And see, this is the problem we're seeing, right? Like the Akash thing, men that put women on a pedestal, men that thinks that they're shaming other men, right, for being misogynist or whatever. Their life will show you why men don't want to do that shit, right? Literally, you saw with the Akash. Now, this is what we're seeing with Piers Morgan.
That 50-year-old women, but it makes more sense when you realize that their feminist girl bosses are out here making jokes like this while in a marriage. But wait, it gets worse. My husband, Piers, won't let me have male friends because he's convinced that they just want to have S with me. And we're going to go over this male friends article as well as she actually joined Ashley Madison, right? That website that provides a space for people who are married to cheat on their spouses. Yeah, that Ashley Madison. We'll go over that as well here in a few. Let's see what else is in here. Celia Warden's Instagram account says, if anyone's distracting enough to make you slice off your own head, it's Mr. Lowell. Don't rush home, Piers. The gut punch. She's in 2 marriages at least. One with Piers and one with the streets. Let's move on. Oh, is that not Lenny Kravitz? No, Lenny got her. Reading Lenny's brilliant memoir and thinking back to a sunny Saturday in Paris. He'd taken a 3-year vow of abstinence at the time. Shame. What is this? Quick emergency meeting. I was recently searching for my name, realizing waiting for that.
Shame. Shame.
This woman.
Shame. Shame.
This picture is so damn insane, ma'am. You're married. What is your leg doing on Lenny Kravitz's areola? All right. My man Lenny over here don't give a shit, baby. There's always got to be a certain decorum or a certain show of respect. Once you're married, I mean, shit, have respect for yourself, even if you were single. Why would you want this to be a part of your digital footprint or your profile? Either or. My man Lenny got the eye of the tiger as if he's about to go deep inside them damn cheeks right after that photo was taken. Now, there could be 2 schools of thought. Either Piers Morgan legitimately likes to watch his wife be with other men, or he doesn't like this, as what was denoted in that previous picture about her having male friends, because, you know, a man is going to have standards and requirements. And with her male friends, this is how she hooks up with them. But of course, to these feminist girl bosses, these independent queens, what do you mean I can't have male friends? What are you, insecure? Real men would let me have a male friend that I can do these things with, right? Like, and then begins the manipulation of them creating an environment where this shit should be tolerated. And after a while, in order for these men to be half peaceful within their marriage, they just succumb to their wife's irrationality. Let's see if there's anything else here. Wanted pool boy, no experience needed. Oh, okay. Damn. Damage has been unequivocally done. And trust me, there's more. We're going to go over the Nick Fuentes interview, which I think makes his experience with his wife just that much more insane. But you'll see some of the comments just on this right here, RIP. Piers Morgan gives her everything, and she even lets another man touch her like that. Dude, I don't like the guy, but I now feel sorry for him. Again, some of the sentiments in the Akash Singh situation, just feeling sorry for him. She's definitely sleeping around. Proof that women are men's downfall for real. Laughing emojis. I had no clue about this. This is wild. This is a common Piers L. He is a simp. All right. In order to further solidify these comments, let's go back to that Nick Fuentes interview to.
Well, I mean, I don't want to take away, but this is the thing what I'm saying, right? I said this before. I think women essentially create Redpill, right? Because of women's in the things that women do, right? So instead of listening to women, we see women's actions, right? We see women's actions, while other men, certain men, really they're blinded, right? So it's funny that Piers Morgan calling Nick Fuentes a misogynist, but do you want to emulate the life of Piers Morgan, a man who is pretty much a cuck to his wife? This is why a lot of men would, a lot of young men would rather listen to Nick Fuentes than someone like Piers Morgan. He's not a good, a role model. I wouldn't say Nick Fuentes is necessarily a role model, but not someone that's worth that listening to, because he doesn't really represent something that young men would want to be or would want to listen to. What do you guys think?
I just think it's crazy that every December is kind of seems like a cuck exposes themselves accidentally.
That's
like this
funny.
is kind of giving me Jack Murphy 2.0 vibes right now.
That guy with the white and gray beard, the white guy?
Yeah, that guy. Yeah.
Before I want to hear what Jay's opinion is, I'm going to say XY. Yes, we need to control women. So control a woman is better. I think so. Would you want to argue against that? I'm definitely. I think women need to be under men's leadership. Controversial. Jay, what do you think?
Yeah. A relationship is a partnership. Therefore, you're going to have to bend the knee on some of your wants. So wants and needs. So yeah, a woman would have to be under some level of control. But if you're going to talk the way Piers and Akash was talking, your side of the fence better be airtight. Or at the bare minimum, your side of the fence needs to understand that they can't be saying or doing certain things. And these people keep on talking, and either their side keeps on saying something, or there's a bunch of evidence that they need to learn how to shut up.
Yes, I agree. Rain, do you believe that? Do you believe women need to be so control a woman is better?
Well, I used to date a Latina. And I don't know if you guys have dated Latinas before, but when dating a Latina, it's almost like they're in like this submissive dominance role where like it's just like a feed off the energy kind of deal with them. So like, the more you do for them, the more submissive they'll be, but they still keep like a dominant like standard, if that makes sense. So in a way, like,
what's a dominant standard? I don't know.
Okay, and so let's just say hypothetically, once a month I'm dating a Latina, I could buy her flowers, and let's just say it's the 29th of every month I bring her flowers.
Oh wait, before you go, Jay, thank you for being here. Right, thank you, my brother.
Oh yeah, nice talking to you, Jay. But like, so if on the 29th of the following month, after I've established this standard and I've like gotten her used to this standard, and I don't perform to that standard, she's going to say, "Hey, you're not following standard."
Okay, I get it. I get it. No, I definitely agree with that. I've said this before, right? I've been a proponent of that. Spoil a woman to the ability you can be consistent with, right? I've always said this. Do not over spoil a woman, because women are expectant, right? If you are going to spoil her to whatever level you think you can spoil her, you better be able to spoil her throughout the relationship, the same level. So if you are buying her, like, I don't know, like LV every week, you better be ready to do that every day of your life or every week of your life with her. So I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, and that's kind of like when I think Piers, and you know, you've ever heard the phrase in the manosphere, money, muscles, game, frame?
Yeah.
Pierce only has one of those four things.
I agree. I definitely agree.
And like, honestly, what I'm kind of seeing, like, this is going to be like my red pill interpretation of what I'm seeing Pierce Morgan's wife doing. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to admit, Jay, I'm being generous with Pierce now too. But I think Pierce's wife is telling him, like, buddy, hit the gym and be the guy.
This is my view is that I think Pierce is the typical blue pill man, right? And he gets that typical way, right? Because you know, I've heard this before, right? Where if you were a geek before money, you're just a geek with money. So the money just amplifies you. So if Pierce was a blue pill man, in essence, he's gonna be a blue pill man with money. So he thinks that this putting women on a pedestal before he didn't have money, he will just put women on a pedestal still after he has money. So this is again, I don't necessarily subscribe to all the worst parts of the red pill, but how you view women by not thinking that they're gods and goddesses or put them on a pedestal is one of the things I love about manosphere content, right? Because it levels you out. Stop thinking that men that hold women accountable or men that are critical to women, they're misogynists, right? I've said this before. I don't hate women, but I will be damn near critical of them, right? Because their actions and words. I've said this before. I don't hate women. I love women. Right? I mean, sadly, like the whole thing where control. I mean, like I dated mainly black women, and they're the worst women to control. Right? You think they're, what is it? You said submissive dominant? They're just dominant. It was like, seriously, it was I don't know why, but I mean, you know, a lot of the relationship has been fun. It's just that their dominance always show. So it's like it always ends, and usually because of that. So yeah, I don't know what that is like. I don't know what submissive dominance was like, but I know what dominance is. So it's definitely hard, right? And I think that, and I would agree that my point of view was probably a blue pill man too, right? Where I put women on a pedestal. You know, I thought, you know, clear partnerships and all that stuff, and at the end, it's just it drained me my money, and it just broke my heart. So I think Pierce is someone who has to go through something like that.
Well, you know what, the thing that like with Pierce that I don't think he even knows it is he's looking at things from a 50-50 lens point. And this is kind of like and Nick even called him a beta
Yeah, beta male.
But like Pierce is looking at it like, oh, I'm in a 50-50 relationship with my partner, when really he's in a 125 relationship.
Yeah. See, this is the thing where men put women on a pedestal, right? Men think that women can do no wrong. And that is the problem, right? No. We're like, this is a thing where you said we're dominant because young men are slow. Simpleton, maybe. That's crazy, right? XY, that is crazy. No, I don't think men are slow, but here's the thing where this is the wrong power dynamic, because you can talk to any man. You know that, right? If you are into back in the day, right? If a man is trying to be dominant with another man, that's a fight. That's a fight. The problem we have is that when women are dominant with men, what are men going to do, right? I think men are generally good men. So what are they going to do? Beat women? They're not. So sadly, men are going to have to take a step back because it's going to get to a point where, again, you know what? This is her comment, right? XY's comment is literally why we get abuse cases. Now, I don't say all, but I see a lot of abuse cases is that both partners are abusive to each other. Both partners are verbally or sometimes physically abusive to each other. So we get that dominant where women are trying to be dominant, and a certain man won't allow her to be dominant. So because he's dominant himself, so that's why they fight. That's why they are toxic and abusive to each other. While certain men, right, they don't want to be abusive. They don't want to, this is like, you got to think, right? Again, when it comes to two men, we're gonna fight for dominance, right? You think you can overtalk me? You think you're bigger than me, or you can overpower me? You're gonna fight for dominance, i.e., like an abusive relationship. But with a man and a woman, some men don't. They're built where, they're brought up not to hit women, not to do that stuff. So they're forced unwillingly to take a step back. Okay, so it's not that men are slow or simpleton. It's that men are put into a position where they're forced unwillingly to take a step back. Because again, if one party's dominant, to be dominant, for men to be dominant, it's going to have to be violent, right? And it's going to have to be violent. So that's the position that a lot of women put men into.
Yeah, and like what I kind of like about what X is saying, even though she's never going to hop on the streams with us, come on, fine. But like, let's just say I hypothetically, let's just say she has to be dominant to get me to my full potential. I'm going to give her leniency. Say, X, you can get me to my full potential. I am going to let you run the show, and I'm just going to be your I'm going to be your weapon for your will. Why aren't women doing that anymore?
See, that's the thing, because I don't think women are right for it, because I don't think women.
No. Women are right for it. Like, Bill Clinton became president of the United States because of Hillary. Like, he probably was fined as being an Arkansas saxophone player in Congress.
But
Julia C.
See, that's the thing. I think it's a little bit different, right? I don't think it's because women are dominant, right? I think that's the power of women helpmate, right? Helpmate. That's biblical, right? It's a helpmate. It's their softness. It's their background support. So I don't think they're dominant, right? So I think it's a difference now, right? Women are trying to be dominant. Women are trying to compete with men in the strength in the society right now, with career, with position in society. I think that's a difference. That's the difference between older generation of women, where it's not about being dominant. It's about being a support system. It's about encouraging men. It's about pushing men to be greater. So I think it's a difference. I wouldn't call that dominant. So
yeah, and I probably used the wrong word for it, but like back in the day, women were all fine with helping build a man up.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, now that women want the man established, they kind of, and X, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I kind of feel like they broke the social contract.
See, this is the thing where exactly what I said, right? I think women of today don't want to take a back seat anymore. I agree. I think women today.
It's not a matter about taking the back seat. It's a matter of being passenger seat. They want to be driver wheel. Like, I'm not even saying backseat. I'm saying like next to me, build me up, help me like on my flaws. Because like my ex, the Latina I was telling you about, she would. One time I had like a bunch of shirts with holes in them, and she was like, "You look like shit. Give me $20. I'm gonna go buy some shirts. You need some new shirts." Okay, I didn't realize that. That to me, she put a dominant tone to it, but it was a dominant tone that was beneficial for her because I stopped looking like a grunge guy, but also it helps me in my professional career to stop looking like a grunge guy. So it's X. That's kind of like, what would you X? Since you're not gonna hop on the stream, what is keeping women from doing that today?
Again, I think is the I think because women want to compete with men, right? Women, and that's the sense, right? That's the mindset where even if it's a passenger seat, it's in women's mind, it's still a back seat. It's not the driver. That's the point. Women want to be the driver, right? But I think women are fighting against it too, where women want to be the driver, but they also don't want to be the driver. So I think women are fighting against a duality right now, where women want to be the leaders, yet also they don't want the responsibility of being a leader. So this is why, in my honest opinion, women are right now the most emotionally unstable they ever been. Because women are, I mean, like you see that in studies where women are more women than ever are antidepressants or some form of mental medication because women are unstable. Women are fighting against duality, right? Women want to be leaders, but they don't want to be leaders as well. So this is why I said women are mentally unstable right now.
Yeah, and like I do feel bad for women in that aspect because it's like they're being told from the schools, like, go be a boss babe. They're being told from their churches, like, hey, go be a trad wife. They're being told by their boyfriends, like, be a sex doll. So, like, and I don't mean it like that, but you get what I'm saying. So that's why, like, and it's like what you said earlier, women, I don't think they always tell men to be vulnerable with what their emotions, but they're too scared to tell us, like, man, as society, like, we just want to be the queens.
No, I think that's I think that's also the dangerous thing too right now, right? I mean, more women than ever will be single by, there's some studies that more women than ever will be single by 2030. So, yeah, women do want their own car, and that's also a problem. This is why, this is the point where honestly, I've said this before. Women are leading society to their downfall, right? Women are honestly the poison of society. Okay, this mindset that a lot of women have, right? Their own car, they want to take a back seat. They want to be leaders. They don't want to be whatever. Well, that doesn't lead to a productive society. So,
Uh,
it, you
well,
know,
I'm really gonna call X out on this one. What it seems like is she wants the benefits of being, like, what she's saying is we want the benefits of a trophy wife, but we don't want to be treated as a trophy wife.
well, I don't know. I think XY kind of falls into the career woman kind of type. So I think she's more. I mean, it's just from the words right now, it's more feminist mindset, right? Feminist poisoning ideology, where the strong, independent, I don't need no man mindset, right? Not trad wife or wife. Who cares about a man kind of mindset, And I think that's the poison, right? I think that's a poison that a lot of women are drinking. So, and this is why, because of that poison, this is why men like Nick Fuentes are becoming popular, right? Men like this is to counter women like women that have ideology like XY, because if you think that, and a lot of young men are experiencing, right? If you think that, oh, I don't need no man, I'm strong, independent, well, that's only gonna, you know, be a dissatisfaction for a lot of young men. So I think that's counterintuitive, at least for a society, women being independent and men being, just angry about it, which I don't support. I always say this: F American, I mean F Western women, travel the world, because I think, to be honest, I've said this before. Let the feminist women die out, right? Feminism only is as strong as its cult followers. So really, as these women get older, become single and childless, well, they will die out. That ideology will die out. So, Red Door, what's up, my sister?
But actually, you are the embodiment of a misogynist. It couldn't be clearer. And if I was a, in a way, you have the deep-rooted misogyny of some of the actual boomers I know. Yet here you are, 27 years old, and most of the current studies show that a lot of men are really disenfranchised from society, no longer have physical relationships with women if they've ever had them, never associate with women, and build up instinctively misogynist views about women. And I fear you're in that position. You're just a bit of a lonely guy who wants to get laid and can't for whatever reason.
I would say this, right? I don't hear him saying he hates women. He is critical of women. So I always hate how people think that they're misusing misogyny, right? It's literally the hate of women. Being critical of women doesn't necessarily mean you hate them. Okay, so that's why I hate a lot of people who just use words because they are trendy and they're clickbaity. I mean I'm not saying, I'm not necessarily defending Nick, but I doubt he said he hates women. Now he's critical to a pretty extreme by saying they're fat and whatever or annoying, but it's being critical. I think a lot of women are annoying. We do have an obesity problem, but I mean, it is what it is. I'm not saying that's the big concerning issue. I do say a lot of women are annoying, so that doesn't mean that I hate women.
And it's kind of funny because there was a viral clip from Piers Morgan. You might remember this, but it was a feminist. Piers Morgan was on, I think it was Good Morning Britain, and Piers was like reading the data, and he was like, 81% of young males are not wanting to even engage with a woman in fears of being told that they are going to get Me Too'd. Mm-hmm. And the feminists told Piers, good. And Piers attacked that woman. I'm going to try and find that clip. But like, you might even remember the clip I'm talking about. But even Piers was like, yo, this feminism crap went too far. Like 3 years ago, he was saying this.
Yeah, so that's why, that's the problem. I think Nick is the pretty much the result of feminism going too far, right? So that's why the voice of young men, well, they have to go too far as well. So, XY said, we don't want to be confined or be restricted from doing and going where we want to go. If we only have a car, I can't leave in an emergency. So I have to have my own car. Also get it. I get it, right? But again, essentially, strong, independent. I don't need no man. That is pretty, I mean, your analogy is pretty much that, where instead of, and I said this before, right? I said this before, where I think modern day women, they don't have the mindset. They don't have the temperament. They don't have the, the whatever else to be in a relationship, right? Again, XY kind of showing it, right? You have a more selfish mindset. You think about yourself, right? You think about, oh, if we only have your car, well, why can't I drive you, right? Why can't you leave for emergency? Why? It's like, again, why can't we talk about it? You could borrow my car. It's like, but you don't have the mindset to compromise, to work in a relationship. You have the mindset to work as a single woman. And I think that is the problem with a lot of women. A lot of women have the mindset of you, or me, right? And I think that's the problem of feminism. Feminism promotes women just being selfish.
Yeah, because like X keeps saying things like we
made you bitter about women.
Me, this and that. She never says our.
But that's the thing, right? Eddie, you can't see her comment because she's on my second channel, right? She's on my second channel, but I'll show her comments.
I mean, I wish she would just come on, like keep her like.
No, it's okay. I don't want to keep on hounding someone to come on. It's okay that she talks to through the chats too. It's fine.
Yeah,
Not everyone is used to or really like being on camera or on mic. So, but the link is always there. So if anyone wants to join, it's up to them. So,
Eddie,
um,
come on.
yeah, it's all good. Let's continue.
And I don't know where that's come from, but it's fascinating.
No, see, here's the thing. First of all, you're very caught up in the labels. It's always you're a racist, you're a misogynist.
You said you were a
these words mean nothing
racist.
to me. Oh,
You gave yourself.
Can I respond?
You gave yourself the label.
What is this?
You said I am a racist. I didn't
No.
give you the label.
Okay.
You said, Nick Fuentes, I am a racist.
Calm down.
Did you or didn't you?
It's okay.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
so
here's
I
the
didn't
thing.
give you the label. You did.
Why are you yelling at me?
Because you're trying to
Why are you
refer
screaming at
something
me?
that didn't happen. You said I gave you the label of being a racist. No, you did. You said I'm a racist. You
Okay.
gave yourself the label.
You're gonna have to tone it down a little, all right? You're gonna have to bring it down a notch and relax. This is just an interview, okay? Please calm down. All I said is you're hung up. I didn't say you gave me that. Maybe I did.
You did.
But here's what I mean. What I mean is you're just hung up on proving you're a misogynist. Okay, you're a racist. Okay, you denied the Holocaust, and I'm not about the labels,
You
man.
didn't deny
I'm
the
just
Holocaust.
past that.
As I said to you, look, Nick, I just wanted to go over the stuff that everyone uses out there about you and get you to respond. And we are getting, I think, a long way in this interview. Right?
Okay.
You didn't deny the Holocaust. You accepted there's been a Holocaust of at least 6 million Jews.
I'm a maximalist. I'm a Holocaust.
That is significant. You
I think
did
it's
admit
more.
you did admit you're a racist, and you have spelled
That's
out
true.
a thought process about women, which is the purest definition of misogyny that I've ever seen. And you said you're not gay. So we're getting somewhere.
I still don't think that what Nick said is hate towards women. Maybe it's not, calling women fat. I wouldn't say it's hate towards women, or calling women annoying doesn't hate towards women. And saying women that like certain, sexual things doesn't mean that you hate towards women. So that I would disagree with Piers on, right? Because again, it's kind of idiotic, right? And I hate it when if you're critical against someone, it doesn't mean you hate people. So that's my thing.
Yeah, and also like what Nick's trying to tell him is just like, and Pierce kind of doubled down on it. Pierce is just saying, you said this, you said that, you said this, you said that, you said this, you said that, you said this, you said that. He's not actually getting into like the why.
And that's why I think it's kind of shitty interview, right? I think it's not an interview.
It's
I
a
think he's
debate.
trying to what?
It's a debate. He's debating him.
Kind of that, or he's trying to prove points, right? He's trying to prove some points, which is you're not really interviewing that person. It's like kind of trying to get gotcha moments, right? Like, oh, you said it. You are one. You are one. It's like, okay, but you're not interviewing him, right? Like, get more of his ideology, get more of his principles, get more of his viewpoints, right? Instead of trying to get him to admit he's this and that. Who cares?
Well, as a fellow American, aren't you just tired of like these non-Americans talking to us about our issues?
I definitely agree, right? I definitely agree where honestly, like it is what is it? There was a comment, right? The whole throwing stones at glass houses, right? Because honestly, the UK is it's definitely a shithole now, right? It's definitely doing it's going down the hill, right? So Pierce thinking that I think feminism, I think racism, I think all this stuff is happening in the UK. So honestly, it's
Yeah, and like, are you familiar with Tommy Robinson?
yeah, I am.
Okay. And kind of like what Nick's going back, like what to kind of reiterate Nick's point about the labels. If you ever hear Pierce talk about Tommy Robinson, he'll say, Tommy Robinson is a football hooligan and he did this and that. And it's like, well, as an American soccer fan, like, don't. You're selling me on the guy. I love you.
Yeah, that's why I think Pierce kind of skirts the fence, right? It's like sometimes he he hates some certain things about the left, but he hates things by the right, which is okay, but it's like it's kind of sometimes it's counteractive to each other, right? It's counterintuitive to each other. So I think it's weird.
I think he just hates himself.
Well, let's say this, right? We just showed you the whole thing about his wife, so I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if the man is a beta, right? And this is the thing, right? If the man is a beta, you can't be surprised because I think betas hate themselves. You know, beta male hates themselves, and I've been there, so I'm not saying this out of nowhere. Okay, so I understand that.
Oh my god! I just had a thought. Did you ever watch the movie V for Vendetta?
I did.
Do you remember the news reporter?
No.
Man, what's his name? I'm gonna look it up real quick. God, I think it's Stephen Fry.
Yeah, I can't remember that detail.
Oh no, it was just like the smug British reporter guy that caused basically the whole movie to happen. But Pierce is just like the living personification of that guy, where it's just like this closeted DL guy. I'm gonna say I'll send you the person's face on Instagram in the morning so you can see who I'm talking about.
All
But
right.
it's like Piers represents to me everything wrong with England.
Well, I just think that for me is like I think it's everything wrong with modern society. I think we are producing weak men. Right? I think we're producing weak men. When men who have no backbone, men who are doormats, men who do not hold women accountable, right? And I think that's pretty much beta men, right? Men who don't hold women accountable, men who are not really critical to women, right? Men who are just I don't know, think think the best of women, which is honestly I think a weak. I think that's very weak.
Yeah. Well, look, and I own the labels, okay? But I just don't care that much about them.
That's fine.
I feel like the whole.
I'm not saying
this
you
is
have,
like a weird.
I'm not saying you
Yeah,
have to care, Nick. You don't have to care about any of it. I promise you. Right? That's not why I got you on the show. I wanted to give you a fair crack, which I think I have. We've gone over a lot of stuff. We've got a bit more to go on. I genuinely don't think I've ambushed you with anything you couldn't have been expecting.
No.
I don't think I've been overtly hostile. In fact, when you've asked me to calm down, I've calmed down. I don't want to have a hostile, angry, shouty match with you. I simply want you to spell out exactly what you've meant about all these things, and people can then be the judge of them. So let's take another break, and we'll come back and talk about Donald Trump, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and others.
I think that that's kind of it. Let's see if we could talk about some other. Let's see if we have some other topics, right? So let's try something else. Give me a few seconds. Let's talk about some other topics and see if it's good.
Give me 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
All right. Let's talk about some other topics, right? XY. I mean, if you're still here, I'm always down for if you have some particular I mean, you see my hopefully you've seen some of my content, right? I'm always down if you have any particular opinions you want to talk about. So, if you do, right? If you do. Trying to think. I'm trying to see some certain topics. Why do I'm trying to see if there's any good ones. Bonnie Blue. Excuse me, guys. I'm just trying to look at anything we could watch that would be interesting. That would be fun to have a conversation on.
Yo, go to Poor Man's podcast.
Poor Man.
Yeah, the Poor Man podcast.
Yeah.
Because Bonnie Blue, she just got like arrested and she's facing like 15 years in prison in I think UAE.
Well, I've heard her doing this a lot of times, so I don't know. I think it's fake because I've heard her get supposedly arrested a couple of few times.
Oh, okay.
So that's why it's like it's kind of fake because she's always trying to get attention. So that woman's always trying to get attention.
Well, then, shoot, we have a topic right there. It's like, why are women so attention driven?
Why are women attention driven? Okay. I think
Because like I'm going to give you my bold prediction right now for 2026 with the World Cup coming to America.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're going to see a rise in hooliganism in America.
Mm.
And with hooligans comes like kind of nationalist ideology. Because you lived in England for a little bit and you know how seriously they take that. And I think that's what Americans are missing right now. It's like that sense of like, oh, this is my city, this is my team, this is my like I want to fight for it.
No, did you hear that? I think what was it? Seattle? They just recently recently had controversy of a soccer match, right? Where did you hear it?
Oh yeah, they're literally putting two of the most like
I know it's like crazy. Egypt versus I think Iran or whatever during Pride festival and Pride month. I'm like, what are your
dude.
thoughts?
My thoughts are one is disrespectful. And that's number one, like just completely disrespectful. Even though I'm not Muslim, don't understand Islam, I would never go out of my way to like purposely insult their followers.
Yeah.
especially when they are a guest in my city. So like this is kind of, oh wow, feminism versus Islam.
Feminism versus Islam.
Because have you heard about that Cinnabon story?
I did. I
That's
heard
big.
a little bit of it.
Yeah, that, and like there's like information pouring in every day. So we'll get more details, but that's like the details on bail. It's just like Somalian couple comes in, says like we're called the N-word. Then it comes out like, oh, they were telling this woman, this Biden supporting woman, to be like, oh, you should wear a hijab. And that's what caused her to freak out. Like, what's up with the Midwest nowadays, man?
I'm hearing. I mean, like, I'm hearing a lot of crazy stuff going on from that. Right, Minnesota. I think maybe Ohio. Whatever. All the other there. I kind of feel, in my honest opinion, I think it's white guilt. Right. I think it's like white people are trying to take a step back and not reining the craziness in.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy is at the beginning of the year, do you remember the Shiloh Hendricks situation?
Remind me of it.
It was that white woman in Minnesota that like called the 5-year-old autistic kid a Ben, and then
Yeah.
she raised like $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so hard to gauge what's happening this year.
No, I agree. It is kind of weird right now. Did I? No, I did that one. I already played that one. I don't know. I'm trying to find a short clip. Mm-hmm. Um. Uh, Play Pearl. Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll
Pearl.
go with her. She's the griftiest of the grifty.
Yeah, I don't really. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Pearl. Right, but we can do that.
Well, even if you don't watch one of her videos, we can just even talk about it. Do you think women have a place in the manosphere?
No, I don't. I mean, should they? I mean, it's helpful, but I mean, I don't think women should, because to be honest, I feel like it's 1 in a million kind of thing, right? Because a lot of women can't help being a woman, right? That's my thing. A lot of women can't help being a woman. So at the end of the day, they will always show how delusional, illogical, emotional, hypocritical women are naturally are. So
Well, to me, every woman I've ever seen enter the manosphere has betrayed it.
that's exactly what I said, right? This is why I think women are. This is why I honestly think that they can't help being grifters, right? They can't help being grifters, right? They can't help being, going against their women mindset, right? So I think that's the poison of a lot of women.
Yeah, and before anyone says anything, like I'm all for them being like, what do you call it, support, but like I don't think they should be talking like the same way I said I don't think British should be talking about American politics. I don't think women should be talking about men's issues because I'm going to hold them to the same standard. If I can't say anything about XYZ because I don't have a UTERUS.
No, here, Red Door, right? I was going to say this, right? Here, I'm going to say this, okay? I said this before too. I think women should watch men's content, right?
Yeah,
That's the difference, right? I don't think women should be making. I mean, it's not like again, it's a generalization, right? Not all women, but I think a lot of women can't. A lot of women are not fit to be in making men's content. Now, I think I've always said this, right? I think men's content is more beneficial to women than it is to men, because I think women can learn more and understand better. While a lot of men's content, right? You hear it over again, right? It's kind of the same thing, right? For men, it's usually the same thing, but for women, I think you will get a better understanding of men. You get a better, just a wider, just viewpoint. So I definitely promote. I would love it, right? I love that Red Door is here. I love XY is here. I love the women that come here. I'm very respectful, and I think it's beneficial, right? And it's builds communication, right? Having a communication. I just think women making men's content. You usually see women always kind of subvert back to women kind of mindset, right? Not all women, but I think a lot.
yeah, and kind of piggyback off of what DA just said, Red Door. I don't think because with Pearl, we'll use her as the example. With Pearl, she gets invited on all these major platforms and starts speaking on men's issues, but she doesn't have the lived experience enough to actually like combat the anecdotal debates that like Dr. Phil, Jubilee, and all them have. So it's kind of more so like, yeah, like I love that women support the manosphere, but as far as like being spokespeople for us, I don't know. I sometimes I get an iffy feeling about this thing, especially because of what I've seen Pearl do. Because Pearl's never had the same thought like for more than 6 months.
Because my thing is that Pearl is now trying to jump. Pearl was built her stuff on talking about men. Now she's talking about race, and I think for Pearl it's not helping her. So it's kind of butting her in the butt.
I mean, she's a like 5'9" ginger woman. Like,
Yeah.
everything she says like is easily contradicted by like a woman that's more attractive than her.
I mean, I don't know if I'll see that. I just think that she is not helping herself. Okay, let's check this video out. I'm not sure if it's gonna be good, but who knows? Let's see. I've given a conference for 15. And this is the thing where Red Door is the exception, right? Not the rule, right? I think Red Door is the exception, not the rule. She's lived that life, right? Where she's actually lived a life of supporting men. So that's the difference, right? Pearl is, relatively in her late 20s, maybe. So she's only done it, under 10 years, right? So yeah, Red Door is different, right? She's lived a life where she has supported men, so she has the history, the resume. So that's different, right? And that's again, Red Door is the exception, right?
And Red Door, you're not monetizing it.
No, I don't. She's helping, right? She's not going online or social media stuff.
No,
But
like when I say like she's not monetizing it, I mean like she's not making it her brand.
Yeah, I think she's a grandma. I don't think she's gonna think about making brands. So
No, but there's even men in the manosphere that, and I'm not going to say any names, but there are men in the manosphere that use the manosphere just for money.
no, I hate that too. That grifting shit is honestly dishonest. I hate that stuff. Right?
Yeah, like, have you ever seen some of the streams where it's like, get me to 50 likes, or I'm
Oh,
not going to talk about the next song?
I hate that shit. I don't like that. Right? This is
So,
why. Yeah.
so like, I'm kind of at the point with 2026 where I think in the manosphere we need to start weeding out the bad actors, and I'm glad, like 21 Studios, he did great work. Anthony Johnson, he did some great work. But towards the end, it's kind of like it all became money driven for him. So that just like led me to think like, how many people are in this space because it's the principles and the mission. Like the mission, Red Door, you're saving men. That's the mission. That's the mission statement. But there are some people that like enter the sphere that I don't think it kills me that they get so many views.
Hmm. I want to know your opinion. I want to know your opinion. That right? We'll check. We'll look at Para in a little bit. Right? I just saw this one and I wanted to see your opinions on it. I thought this is the result of feminism right here, right? So a man refuses to give women his bus seat. He says pregnancy is her choice. What do you think about the reversal or the ending of chivalry and being a gentleman? What do you think about that?
Well, that kind of goes to me, the OG Paul Proteus is saying a woman can get pregnant on accident, but she keeps it on purpose.
I like that. That's interesting.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Paul Proteus was way ahead of his time. But him saying that was just kind of like a reminder to men and women, like, yo, like, you can't say like my body, my choice, get pregnant, and then say like I'm dealing with X, Y, and Z.
Mm-hmm.
So now that women are saying like, okay, it's your body, your choice, that means society doesn't have to accommodate for you.
I agree.
It's your choice. So if your like man refuses to give up a woman his bus seat, yeah, why should he?
Yeah, I mean, like, if let's see. Yeah, if XY you're still here, I would love to know your thoughts on it, right? Because in my views, I kind of feel the same way. I think, to be honest, I think chivalry, being a gentleman, should go away. Because honestly, I think women, one, don't deserve it. I think two, women have constantly fight against it, right? Chivalry, the patriarchy, fight against, like you said, right? You want a car for yourself, fine. And then you don't need anyone to open the door for you. You can open your own door. So, same mindset. Well, women don't qualify or deserve chivalry. Thank you, Fernando. Thank you, my brother. We'll keep grinding. All right. Never give up. So, and that's the thing. That's the cost of feminism, right? I think that's the cost where you fought for equality. Now you're going to get it. Okay. And here's the thing where women may say that this is not equality, but it is, right? Or it's not. It's just not the equality that you thought was going to happen, but this is part of the equality. So, I think this is something that a lot of women need to understand, that they fought for it or they wanted it. Well, these are pretty much the results that women don't. I also, same with everything, right? 50. I mean, like, you don't. A lot of women don't qualify for getting paid for dates, right? Or getting gentlemanly behaviors. All those traditional gender norms, women don't qualify for it. I think a lot of women don't qualify for it anymore. So, I think that's part of the process, right? That we need to weed that out.
Yeah, and there's so many things that are wrong, and when I watch TikTok videos and I see, like, you probably are familiar with that viral video where the man goes on a first date, the woman didn't tell him she had kids, and then like, I need to order X, Y, and Z for this kid. I don't feel like cooking tomorrow, so I'm going to order a chicken sandwich, and like all these things. And you're just looking at it, and like you're watching the video, and even if it's parody or not,
it's happening to someone out there. It's happening to someone out there.
It's happening to someone out there, because I remember when I went on a first date one time, I went to the Olive Garden. Girl said, "I need to get a tour of Italy. I live with my grandma and she's hungry."
What?
I'm sorry, what? Like, you live with your grandma? Like, even your parents don't want you? So, like, I don't, dude, 2026 is going to be so interesting in terms of, like, how things evolve.
But XY, but that's not what I mean, right? That's not what I mean, right? You said men don't have to do anything if they don't want to. But that's not what I mean, right? Do you have expectations? Or are you for that men should actually get rid of chivalry, get rid of gentlemanly behavior, get rid of a lot of the gender norms, right? Because women are constantly, and in your messages, you're pretty much fighting against gender norms. So, are you a woman, right, that follows through? Be consistent with your logic. If you are fighting against gender norms for certain things, you pretty much should be fighting for gender norms against everything, right? Opening the door, paying for dates, providing, protecting, pretty much anything that is of the old generation, you should be against, right? That is feminism, right? That is feminism, right? Everything before feminism was basically invented or created or pushed by men. So everything after feminism should kind of be a counteracting of it. So it's not about what men, if men don't want to do it, they don't have to. It's not what I'm talking about, right? Is that, are women consistent with their logic? Okay. Do you actually believe in equality? Are you actually pushing equality, right? That's my thing. Big Bars, what's up, my brother? Sadly, 90% of women need to go through the hardship. We have to understand how good they had it. I think so. Okay. No, I don't expect anything. No, I don't expect anything from a man. It's kind of also not what I'm saying, right? It's not what I'm not necessarily expectation, because I doubt how you talk. I doubt you expect anything from a man. I'm saying that, are you for dismantling the old traditional mindset, right? Like I said, get rid of chivalry, get rid of gentleman behavior, get rid of paying for dates, right? You would actively pay for a date, right? That's what I'm saying, right? Where I'm not saying that you don't expect anything from men. I understand the feminist mindset. I'm saying, is that part of the consistency of your logic, where you're get rid of everything? Okay, okay. She said, "Yes, I am for equality." Okay. Right.
XY. If me and you, XY, we go on our first date. Me and you, XY. You're telling me you don't expect anything from me, but I know deep down in the back of your mind, if I don't reach over and grab that check before you, I know if I don't open that door for you, I know if I don't pull out your chair for you, I know if I don't do these things, you're automatically going to lose interest. So yeah, you're saying you don't expect me to do these things, but biologically speaking, if I don't do these things, you're going to say, this motherfucker.
I mean, I've seen a lot of women say that if a man accepts her, like she will give her Okay, okay. Okay. What's up, my sister?
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, that's good. How you doing, Rain? How you doing, Devils?
All good, all good. Now, like I was saying, right? A lot of women do say that they will offer to pay for half or whatever, but a lot of women do say also that if a man accepts it, he won't even get a second date with her, right? And that is the kind of a duality or insanity of modern day women. But you saying that you are completely, you know, against the gender norms or traditions of the past?
Um, it's not so much that I'm against it. I'm just I'm I'm more of the, like do what's best for you. So because we live in America, we're allowed to, practice whatever we want, believe
Mm-hmm.
in whatever we want. And so if you're not for if you don't like the whole gender, gender roles thing, then make sure you find a partner that's feels the same way. Just do whatever that works best for your, like your household.
No, but are you said partner?
No, I don't. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I don't like the gender roles thing.
So let's just like
That's
let me
but that's not
ask.
to say I don't like traditionalism. There are certain things that that I do like, but then I'm not the type that it's like you either in it, like in it or completely out. Like I am gonna like pick and choose what I want and what I don't want.
Mm, 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 mm.
Hmm. I'm
All right,
sorry.
but
Go
do
ahead.
you understand how that's like super confusing?
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, and that's
Like,
why, like I said, I'm more for like just do whatever that works best for your household, not necessarily give a prescription for like the general public like, oh, pick and choose what you want. Well, yeah, you could do that, but then just make sure your partner understands it and you guys are in agreement. Otherwise, yeah, you're gonna cause problems within the relationship.
yeah,
No, I agree, but we kind of want to know your state. And thank you for coming on tonight. Right, thank you.
yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. No
But
problem.
it's more about I want to know your viewpoint, right? Because
Hmm.
this is a thing where it's nice to have a conversation. It's nice to have a back and forth. But I agree. I mean, I get it, right? It's fine for the other people to do whatever suits them, but
Hmm.
um, you know, don't you think you yourself, right? Like kind of what Rain is saying, that don't you think that that is a makes dating confusing and difficult for any man that dates you? Because it's kind of, if you want to pick and choose, well, a man wouldn't even know how to go about it, right? And this is the thing where I want to say this is a problem where honestly a lot of men are feeling, and in my honest opinion, a lot of it's because of a lot of women where they share the same kind of viewpoints with you, right? No woman is 100% feminist, no woman is 100%
Hmm.
traditional. Yet a lot of women want to skirt the lines, and this is the problem with modern day dating. And in my honest opinion, it's because of women, where men don't know what they're dealing with. So a lot of like for a lot of men, you're choosing every woman, and she's like a basket of different types of ideology, right? She likes certain things of like Democrats, certain things of, I mean, ideology, like some certain things of the left, certain things traditional, certain thing modern, certain thing feminist, and it's like it's so confusing and it's so hard to deal with so many women, and which is why I kind of would say what Nick was saying is women are annoying in that sense, so that dating women, particularly modern day women, is so confusing, so difficult by women's hands. So you're kind of showing it, right? Because you're skirting the line. You're not one way or the other. You're so many different kind of baskets. So when you say that, and you said men are annoying, but that's where the thing where men are maybe annoying because of the actions of women. Because what I'm saying, the description I'm saying. So what do you think?
Well, I mean, there's nothing, like all it takes is just a conversation to solve that problem. Because a lot of times, it's it's usually what do you call like unspoken. And so
Mhm.
you are just, you go into a relationship assuming that, this is what I want, this is what he wants. You have, expectations. And then, when you don't talk about your expectations, then yeah, you're going to, again, come across, you're going to have problems. And so, you know, the, like if someone was to ask me, like, what's like the number one dating advice I would give, it's, to know thyself. Like you have to know yourself, know exactly what you want so that way you could when you get into a relationship with people you could tell them what you want and then you can negotiate because relationship is about negotiating. See, I feel like I understand that people want to go back to traditionalism, but like in this day and age I feel like it's just not possible. Like you need two both parents have to work. So like, how is that traditionalism? I don't think the average guy can pay for can afford a stay-at-home wife and kids, and
Mhm.
so she's gonna have to work. So if she has to work, that means that's equality, right? And so if both have to work, then that means you know that's why, like I said, you have to sort of pick and choose what you want, and within your household. And
Mm.
hopefully, I answered the question.
Yeah. What
Yeah,
you got?
I would just say like you're saying like talk to your partner is
Hmm.
essentially what you're saying. But as you probably as a woman know, women will say one thing and then do the complete opposite. So you're telling me like let's just say me and you we're on our first date
Hmm.
and you tell me like, oh yeah, this is what I expect from you, this is what I expect from you, this is what I expect from you. The moment I do all those things that you expect of me is the moment I have to worry, like, oh, like, I actually going with the dude who's doing none of the things she told me she wanted.
Well, see, this is for like if the person's not coming through, then that's where you have to hold them accountable, right? Because you both are under you guys are under the agreement that I do this and then you do this, and if you're not doing your part, then yeah, there's no point of you sticking around with that person. You should let that person go because they're not true to their word. You can't trust them, and
Right.
relationship is should be built on trust first and
X,
foremost.
XY. Like,
Hmm.
you and I, let's just be real with one another.
Hmm.
You know a homegirl out there that's like, I want a nice guy that's going to treat me right. The moment she finds a nice guy that treats her right, you find out 2 weeks later she's not interested in him and she cheats on him or like has sex with another guy. Like, I understand in theory on what you're saying, but what I'm trying to ask you is why do women's actions never match women's words? That's the question I'm posing to you.
I think for the most part we do like operate off of like emotions first. And so like if we feel like a certain way, then that's gonna dictate like how we're gonna, go about our day or whatever. And so, you know, I think like if she's feeling a certain way, if he pissed her off, yeah, she might just end up cheating on him because, like he pissed her off. But I don't think but just because there are some women that don't know how to like manage their emotions and stuff, that doesn't necessarily mean, all women are like that. Because men can't, there are times when men can't manage their emotions also. Because men also cheat. So it's not
Well,
just women, it's men too.
well, we're not talking about like we're literally just talking about the generalities. We're not talking about the
Hmm.
individual cases because one of the red pill philosophies is genuine desire cannot be negotiated. So me and you are on a date and you don't like you're just not attracted to me. You're just like I'm awful. I treat the waiters bad. My shirt's not clean and all that. You're not going to be attracted to me, right?
Y- Women, yeah, we are, we do, of course, we want to be attracted to, our boyfriend or our husband, whatever. So yeah, like if we're not attracted to you, then yeah, we're just, that's when the relationship or whatever goes south.
Well, we're not talking about the relationship. We're talking about like day one.
So
We're just
before, okay.
no, like I'm talking like me and you are on our first date.
Mm-hmm.
You're not attracted to me. There's nothing I can do past that said time that will get you to be like, yo, I really like this guy, Rain. There's nothing I can do. But women,
Um,
but women will give the men a false hope. That's kind of like what like I'm trying to allude to is just like everything you're saying is good in practice or like good in theory, but I've never seen it actually practiced. And
well,
when
that's because we're not that heartless, right? When we're not just gonna be like, yeah, I don't like you, bye. And so yeah, I do understand that. Yeah, women, we do give you guys false hope, and we're like, oh yeah, I like you,
well,
when
time out,
really,
time out.
go ahead.
What what you just said, you don't want to be heartless, but what you just
Uh-huh.
is, I would rather take one bullet to the head than nine bullets to the chest. So when you're saying we don't want to be heartless, we want to drag out the heartache. That's kind of worse. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Like, so don't like try and like make this like, oh, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but I want to hurt them worse in 3 weeks.
I understand that, and yeah, like see, now I'm like me personally, I like if I don't like a guy, then I'm just gonna tell him that I don't like him or I don't see him more than a friend. Because I'm the type that yeah, I don't like I wouldn't want someone to waste my time, so I wouldn't waste their time. I would not drag it on, knowing that if I know for sure that I don't like him in a romantic kind of way, then yeah, I would tell him. So that way he doesn't waste his time, thinking that there's a chance with us. I would rather him go and find somebody that could, make him happy.
Right, but like like when like we hear you commenting or when we see your comments in the chat, and like you look at things through the prism of yourself.
We all do.
Well, no, because the manosphere was built on we don't want any other guy to suffer like we suffered.
Well, yeah. Like I don't want nobody to suffer. Like I try to be as fair as possible, and I know that like I come off as like a super feminist, and in a way I am. But but then when you guys call out like certain behaviors, certain toxic behaviors of women, yeah, you're not going to hear a peep out of me because
But
mm,
No, that's why I gotta say, right? I could give you props, right? I respect you a lot for even coming on and even watching my stuff or watching the other side. I definitely just like Alan, right? I mean, I respect people who definitely have different views but are open minded to look at the other side. I
mhm.
definitely want to give people like you your flowers, right? So I definitely want to say that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I try to be as open minded as possible, which is why I like being in the manosphere space because I feel like we could all learn from each other.
I love that. I love that. I definitely love that.
okay, so without saying just be yourself, you can't use that. What advice would you give a man in the manosphere about dating?
I'm gonna have to get back to you on that because
Well, here's something.
because it's been a. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Here's something a little bit. I guess. I mean, it's kind of a little bit hard, right? Giving advice, but let me say this, right? Since you sing, you like to be on the manosphere side. How about
Mm,
what you're seeing? What would you see as a critique?
my critique of the manosphere space. It's usually when with content creators, they when they label when they say, oh, women are like for example 3 or 4s, like all women are 3 or 4s. Like
Hmm.
even if she has a body count of just one,
Oh,
she's a 3 or 4.
that is.
Like something like that. It's usually when, yeah, men say disparaging things about women.
Well, here's my thing where it is crazy if a woman has a body count one, she's a 3 or 4. But would you looking at the status, right? Would you not think that because of, let's say, I mean, like, I've talked to some young women too, right? Women in college age and stuff like that. And in my view, that there is a lot of women that right now they can be labeled 3 or 4s, or at least, in my honest opinion, the majority of women, because I think, hookup culture, situationships, friends with benefits, all these types of rosters. In my honest opinion, it is, if not created by women, perpetuated by women. So again, yes, it's hyperbole to say a woman that has a body count of 1 is a 3 or 4. But I would definitely, would you agree or disagree that I honestly believe at least the majority of younger generation of women, they are basically the example of what red pill men are saying, that they have high body count, or they are too sexually free for their own good, i.e. probably a 3 or 4.
Um, see, the thing is that everybody, they have their own definition of what a 3 or 4 is. With some, it's like, oh, if you have a body count, like past 10, at this age, and then there's some that goes,
Well,
oh, if you just have a body count over a certain amount of number. So
let me no no
yeah,
let me be more like specific. Then it's not about the body count thing. We don't need to say body count, because I don't even know how many people have, right? But I'm saying more like, I was, because I've talked to quite a few younger women, right? And pretty much most of them saying that they're in situationships, or they know people with situationships, which is pretty much what I'm talking about, right? In my honest opinion, women that are in situationships are examples of 3 or 4s. You're giving your body to men that no relationships, no real commitment, no attachment. Women doing rosters, right? Women having multiple men, or women being a part of a man's roster, or women, it's not about the body count, it's more about the habits, right? Your situationships, your friends with benefits, you're doing hookup cultures, right? You're hooking up with men that you don't even know, you don't really have a relationship. That's what I mean, right? That's what I go for. Wow, those are 3 or 4 type of women.
yeah. See, I'm not for hookup culture, and that's not something that I would like to promote. I do see it as um yeah, because I feel like it has like it's yeah, it's just not a good look. It has like a negative impact on women, whether they want to believe it or not. I personally think so. So yeah, I'm not for hookup culture. I've never like dabbled in hookup culture, nothing like that. So
So yeah, so I mean, like, this is why the conversation is like that. Yes, I agree that men hyperbole that says a woman with one body count is a 3 or 4. That's not true. But I think men are talking about 3 or 4s. It is kind of there's a bit of truth to it, that I believe a lot of women, not, of course not all, but maybe controversially, I believe majority of women are participating in relationships, or situationships, right? Things where they're giving their bodies to men with no commitment, or they barely know the men, right? Women that give kids to men they barely know, women that give their body to men they barely know. So even with that critique, I mean, it's kind of a weak critique where, like I said, take out the hyperbole, but there is a lot of women I particularly believe, are
I don't think
participating.
so. I don't think
Really?
the average woman is I don't think the average woman is participating in the whole the hookup culture and stuff.
Mm. You don't
Now
think?
maybe women in like big cities, of course, like Miami, New York, LA, they live in a bigger city, then yes. Yeah, I can see where yeah, maybe the majority of them are participating in that, but you know, we're just talking about in the United States, the average woman, no, I don't think she's participating in hookup culture.
But I mean, no, it's not just that. But I mean, you don't think the average women are giving their bodies to men that they're not in relationships with?
No, I think most of the time when they give their body, away, it's because they're in a relationship.
Hmm.
Oh, well, like the stats are proving you wrong because, like, how many? Like, let me just give you a breakdown of your homegirls. How many of your homegirls are single?
Um, mm, maybe just one.
Okay. You're one single homegirl. How many guys does she have for food dates?
No, see, I live in a smaller city, and that's why, like I said, like we don't go on dates like that.
Okay, but like generally speaking, do you know there's a reason why the term food date came about or foodie? Or just
Yeah,
like,
where a woman would go on a date with a guy just so he could buy her food.
yeah.
See,
So
the
I mean,
women here, they're working, so they're paying for their food. So why, like, yeah, they're not doing that. They're not doing that. They're not trying to get a guy because what they want is they're trying to find a boyfriend. They're trying to get married.
Well, but let's take out your, because again, like I guess like don't let it influence your circle. But what would be the basis of you saying generally, right? Average woman is not not doing that. What would be the basis of your view?
Well, see, the thing is that whatchamacall, I've been out of the dating market for a while. So, like,
Mm,
if you guys are saying that these younger women are that's what they're doing, then I have no, I'm gonna have to take your word for it.
mm.
And so
well,
that's why I usually don't speak on, when it comes to dating. It's usually when you're in relationships or marriage that I tend to speak on. And of course, when I hear, people disparage women.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
wait, do you understand how that's confusing because you're not currently in the dating market, but you're trying to comment on the aspects of being in the dating market?
No, no, that's what I said. Like, I usually don't comment when it comes to like the dating market. It's usually when I hear like disparaging, remarks about, women that I'll comment. But then when it comes to like, dating strategies and stuff like that,
No, no,
I'll just give like my opinion, but then that's about it.
no.
Because I mean,
But that's kind of what I mean. Like if I say something disparaging to DA about a date I
mhm,
was on, and like let's just say like you sound like you're in your mid 30s.
mhm,
So
late
if I'm
30s.
so if I say like I went on a date with a woman in her mid 30s and she did X, Y, and Z to me, I have more experience than it to you. So if I start dogging the women that are single and dating in their 30s, like I think like this is kind of where feminism has gotten your brain. Like you think an attack on like if I my date experience you view as an attack on the sisterhood.
Well, I mean, it depends, how you're saying it. If you're going, if you're saying, oh, I went on this bad date with this woman. Oh, this woman's this and this. Yeah, you're not going to hear anything from me. But it's when you go, oh yeah, I went on a date. She's like this, this and this. All women are like this. These women, they're like this, like this. Then yeah, I'm going to push back a little bit.
Hmm.
You get it?
Yeah, but like that's kind of
Because
what I'm like when I say like when we talk about like you can't attach your personal feelings to general stats.
yeah, but then just because you have one horrible date with a woman, that doesn't mean that women are gonna, the next three women that you go on a date with are gonna, end up horrible just because you have that one bad experience.
What if I go on 5 dates and 4 out of 5 of them are terrible? Is that enough sample size to be like, yo, these modern women suck? Like, what's the sample size I need to be able to comment on?
No, you could comment, but then it's just that I'm just gonna get pushed back, and you could just get pushed back, and like there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just that's like that's all I'm doing is just pushing back or offer just giving my opinion. I may be wrong, but then that's where I'm gonna push back, and then you could just tell me, well, based on your like experience that the women are like this. I'm like, okay, then maybe that's the women that's in your area that are like that,
Okay, so
because
that
not okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
well, that leads me back to the question I asked. I think DA heard me. What advice would you give a man trying to date in 2025, going into 2026, and you cannot give the advice? You are not allowed to give a man the advice of be yourself. What advice would you give me for dating today?
Well, for one, um, like you have to know yourself. I know that's like
That's kind of what I just said. Like, be yourself, know yourself.
No,
Like,
not be yourself. Know yourself. Know what you want. A lot of times you guys think you guys know what you want, but then, obviously you guys don't. Because, I mean, this goes to for both, man and woman. Because you think that you want, marriage, or, you want kids. But then, as like, say if you get into a relationship and then you figure out, oh yeah, like, yeah, kids not for us. Or like, you want a career. Like, be honest, and, just know what you want, and make sure you let your partner know. Because see, I don't, again, because I don't do the whole, like, um I'm I'm for, dating with intentions. Like, be
Mhm.
intentional when it comes to dating.
okay. So you say date with intentions,
Uh-huh.
right? And you've already admitted that women kind of circularly hide their motives.
It's
So,
not that it's not that they do that. It's just that they tend to just get into relationships without knowing what they really want.
right, but even if like a
So
woman knows,
women need to slow down. Hmm.
even if like a woman knows what she really wants,
Hmm.
if she is telling me she
Hmm.
wants X, but then does LMNOP, and I'm looking at it like, well, you told me you wanted flowers on Friday, but then when I bring you flowers on Friday, you said no, I
Yeah,
didn't want. So
and
like,
that's, and like I said to you earlier, a woman that can't keep her word, there's don't be with her. You're just going to end up wasting time.
right, but
And
it's not a matter of keeping the word. It's a matter of like pattern recognition. Like if I'm recognizing that the majority of women do the opposite of what they say, and the majority of women don't keep their word, that means I cannot trust the majority of women, which means that I can generalize women as not being trustworthy. You see how this logic leads to the manosphere? You see how this logic leads to what I'm like what we're talking about tonight?
yeah, but then see, there's a lot of factors that's involved, like, how a person, how, like, who they are, um, you know, it depends on, like, how they were conditioned growing up. And so depending on, like, their background, you know, now
No,
if you're able, um,
I'll say this, right. You got to look at it where I agree, right? But that's the individual case. This is why we prefer to talk in generality, where a lot of, let's say, the core of like, let's say, men's content is that we're seeing in general, right? Let's say 7 out of 10, right? 7 out of 10, where a lot of women are selfish. They don't know what they want, or they think they know what they want. A lot of women are, egotistical. A lot of women are, hypocrites. A lot of women are delusional. Now, again, it's not all women. I said 7 out of 10, but a lot of men are facing is that, 7 out of 10, even, let's say, even 6 out of 10, right? That's still a lot, right? That's more than half. So that's what a lot of men are dealing with. Where this is where I agree, right? I don't support any man bashing women out of nowhere, but I think that, when it comes to hyperbole, right? And this is why I want the connection with women, where is having a good conversation. Is that is one point where I think we should take out all the. We should understand that, if a man is critical or say something crazy like, oh, a woman with one body count is a 304. It's crazy, but it's meant for the internet, not meant for, something to be truthful about. But the root of it is kind of truthful, where there's, like I said, I gave you the examples of what types of women, and I think a lot of women are, thanks to sexual freedom, thanks to, autonomy, you pretty much become
yeah,
a
do
three.
you think it's a good idea to, like, go into a relationship thinking the way that you do, thinking that the woman is,
Yes,
selfish, so thinking the
Yeah,
way.
yes,
yeah.
100%.
This is the thing. Where I can tell you this, right? I mean, like, I don't know about you, right? I don't know if you ever did it, but a lot of men, and I would assume a lot of women too. We grew up on the whole Disney fairy tale, right? Prince Charming, a princess. If you treat a woman amazingly, she will love you. She will be with you for the rest of your life. And this is why I said in the beginning, where you said, pedestal thing, where a lot of women don't realize this, but a lot of men put women on a pedestal, right? We think women can't do no wrong. We think women are angelic. We think women are, like a princess, right? Like a fairy tale princess. But in reality, women are, just as flawed as any other human, which this is the problem where
Of
this is
course.
why, yeah, but this is the thing where this is why men's content is so important, right? We want to break that facade. We want to break that, that mindset that a lot of men have where we think women can do no wrong. We think women are magical unicorns, right? And that's the problem with a lot of men. So yeah, we may be hyperbolic, we may say things that may seem misogynistic, but it's not. It's to more humanize women. And I agree, right? When you go too far, right? Something too crazy, it is a bit too much, but there's a reason why, right? Because men are been too ingrained with thinking women are magical unicorns. So that's where I want to and again, like I said, I give you credit for being here, but this is why this is why the importance of men's content, and to
Yeah, and
push
that's fine.
nothing like that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I have no problem with that. Hi, Artie. I'm sorry you're just sitting there.
Yeah, I came in several minutes ago, but y'all were kind of all over the place with like hitting different topics. So I was just going to fall back. But I did want to say this. Is your name Zyrox? I
Zyrax, yeah.
I want Xyrox.
Zyrox.
Zyrax.
Okay. And then
Zyrax.
Rain,
Uh-huh.
what up, DA? What up? I did want to say this. I've said
hmm
this numerous time, DA, that the number one issue in love and relationships, and it's the single issue that can get everything back into alignment, and what I believe is the standard. So the standard, how it works currently is whenever a woman thinks something is good or bad, or that this is something that the man has to do or shouldn't do, that is the standard that the woman believes, and that is also the standard that everybody else believes. But of course, this is the reason why there are no men in church, because that standard, if you go by the book or any type of religious text, I'm not just going to hone in on one, but because most people would tend to say that they're they're Christian, that book realizes that the standard is not her way. So for example, if a man and a husband and a wife, the wife wants to buy something new, the man says no for whatever reason. Now he can give the reason or not give the reason. However, he set the standard as no. If she then at that point decides to kick and scream, remove intimacy, like do all these extra things, like that's something that's not in her power to. That's something that she can do. She can opt to do that, but that's not That's not how it's supposed to work. Just because she came up against the standard. And as long as women have that theoretical power set by men, not by them, but as long as women have that theoretical power in relationships of any kind, then you're going to have this issue with guys and girls and dating and stuff like that. So much so that women are going to say, well, I expect the man to do this, that, and the third. And it's like, first off, not even a 10% of men can do this, that, and the third. And then even if the man can do that, he's not supposed to do it for free, and what is he going to get back in return? So there's the standard issue, and then it just comes the after standard goes out the way, or standard is broken, then it just becomes a leverage situation, and that's what we're in now. So the women are going to leverage whatever they can leverage against the men to get compliance, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine. Jobs do it with employees all the time. If jobs can pay you $2 an hour to do the same position, they would do it, but they can't because the employee will ultimately leave. So in relationships, the woman's going to try to enforce her leverage on the guy mentally, society, by crying, tears, lies and all that. But where the RP space is really broken ground is showing men that one, they don't set the standard, and two, they ultimately don't have the leverage. So when you take the leverage out of it and you put the leverage back in your own court, then you realize I don't have to deal with that. And then she's going to kick, scream, and cry because that's what she's going to do. A man theoretically does the same thing. He just doesn't cry about it. He whines, complains, sucks it up, does it anyway. So they're going to do that regardless. But they can go on to the next guy and do it, or go on to the third guy, fifth guy, or the 10th guy. And then what's supposed to happen is they're supposed to realize that this is not a long-term play, because you're going to just, in 10 years, you're going to be 20, you're going to be 30, 40, 50. A woman in this age group, it's just going to keep going down from there. Eventually, where logic would kick in a guy's situation, like let's say he's a, I don't know, a drug user, a heavy drug user. His logic is supposed to say, I'm losing my health. I'm about to die. I have to stop this. But it's heavy when it's hard when a guy's on drugs. But a woman in her logic is supposed to think, well, I've been with DA, Rain, I've been with Artie in like several years, and like it's not getting better. So let me stop enforcing my standard that's doing me harm, and let me realize that the leverage is not in my court, and then I can act accordingly and get what I'm supposed to get out of life. But again, nobody does that. So here we are in the 21st century, 25 years after 2000, and the problem is getting worse and worse and worse. But until we can fix those two things, the standard, and men ultimately realizing that they have the leverage, then we're just going to keep dealing with this. Pretty much. I don't know if anybody wanted to go after that, but that's what I just pretty much had to say about it.
I do agree with what you're saying, and because the relationship, it's all about you push and pull, right? You give some, you take some. It's all about negotiating, and so
No, that's where you're wrong. See, that's literally where you're still thinking the standard is your way. The relationship, unless you take, if we're going to keep, let's just keep it in a biblical sense, right? Since that's the easiest one
okay,
that most people have. The relationship is not set by push and pull. The relationship is set by do
your
this,
way.
don't do that. Not my way. The book says it that way. I didn't create the book.
Okay, okay,
That's
I
what I'm
got you.
saying. And that's why I say, like, that's why like religious organizations, whether it's the church or any type of other religion, their type institutions, they have the biggest hurdle with getting men and women in line, um because the book is supposed to set the standard, supposedly. If we're not going to go by that, then we're going to go by our own rules. And if we're going by our own rules, then it's leverage. You get what I'm saying? So it's either,
Yes, yes,
standard is something that, like, let's say all of us were going to rob a bank, whatever, right? We all agree that we're going to rob a bank. We all have an individual job. We have to do our job. So I have to do whatever my job is. Y'all have to do whatever y'all job is. If any one of us break out of that, we put the whole thing at risk, right? So in a relationship, it's the same way. We all have to agree that this is the way it's going to be done. If it's going to be by the Bible, or if it's going to be by, I buy this, you don't tell, I do this, you do this, whatever that rule book is, we have to live inside of it. But the moment we don't live inside of it, then it just becomes every man for themselves. And then every man for themselves situation is just leverage. So, or whatever term you want to use, it's really just, I have this so I can enforce my way. It's just enforcement at that point, you know? So if that's the way women want to make it, because they don't want to adhere to a standard, whatever the standard is, whether it's I pay all the bills and you cook and clean, or you bust down at need be and you don't give me no lip. If that's the standard me and you set, and then 5 years in, when I tell you no, we're not going to Cabo for the 50th time, and then you decide the relationship's too much for you, now you want to move outside of the standard because it's not appeasing you emotionally, then it becomes a leverage thing. Now you're going to operate in, does Zyrox have more leverage over me, or am I going to impose my leverage over her at that point? So that's why I say it's either we're all going to have the same standard, or we're just going to deal with leverage. Like, can I impose my will over my environment? And if that's the route that most women want to take it, fine. Again, I always say, like, I'm not smashing every woman, so I don't really care. But if that's the route you want to take it, fine. But you have to learn to live with what comes from it. And that's why I say, like, the book says you are going to obey your husband. It didn't say on what terms you do it. It didn't say if he buys you flowers and do it. It doesn't say if he asks you nicely or do it. It doesn't say if you like it or if it comes to this, that, and the third. It just says do it that way. So that's where it's not a push pull. And I think most people, and that's what we're ultimately trying to break. The relationship isn't push pull. It's you know, it's things go here. It's ABC 1, 2, 3. That's how it's supposed to work. But who knows?
Well, so here's the thing where, what do you think that I'm always seeing that like right now, feminism is promoting partnership, which is fine in its way, right? But how I see the results of it, because I said this before, right? Whether you agree with this or not, I see that since the start of feminism, right? Everything after the feminism came to be, in my opinion, is pretty much women's result. So whatever happened in life is pretty much women either, I mean, not necessarily purposely, but it's women's pushed for, right? Whatever happened. So we're seeing the results of feminism, how, equality, whatever, but it's not bearing good results when it comes to men and women dynamics. So, as I mean, again, I mean, you're not in the dating market, but I mean, do you see it as actually that beneficial for women? Let's say, I mean, like, let's say take out the whole ability to vote and the ability to get a credit card, but I mean, in dating life, just men and women dynamic, because again, we have birth rates are down, marriage rates are, either down or stagnant, divorce rates are high. So is it actually that beneficial for people? Because you can see the results of feminism across the world, right? China, marriage rates are down, divorce rates are high, birth rates are low. Japan, same thing. South Korea, same thing. And all these countries, feminism has, been introduced. Women has gained right, which is great. I'm not saying that we should take women's rights away, but we're seeing the results of feminism, and in most men's eyes, it's not been a good result. So, what would you think?
Yeah, yeah. I'll make it shorter because I know I get kind of long winded. It's honestly we have to keep doing what we're doing with getting the message out to men, but the biggest thing we have to do is find some type of way to not convert men, but we have to find some type of way to actually get men to realize that this way is how it's supposed to be. And I'll say it with food, right? So normally like we have an obesity issue in this country, right? Because we're eating non-natural foods, right? If we just eat the food that God gave us, essentially, right? The fruit of the land, we won't have the issues, the diseases, all these extra environmental things that we have going on as far as our health is concerned. It's the same with relationships. The reason why like feminism and all that shit is bad is because it's not a natural thing, but even beyond it being natural, because like eating Twinkies all day is not natural. But there's no, even when women decide to engage in this feministic view, it always changes. It's never just okay, we're gonna do this, and it's just always gonna be that. It's always gonna change 5 minutes later. And that's why I said like this standard that women believe is it has to be this way. It's just gonna continue to get worse and worse and worse because it's not natural, one, by any stretch of the imagination. And then two, it always changes. So you can't really account for something that always, it's like hitting a moving target. Sure, you can get closer and closer and closer, but you need more shots at hitting a moving target. And how many shots do we have as a country to take? I mean, we're already like birth rates, we're beyond replacement. So we don't have 50, 100 years of keep taking more shots, at the proverbial target to fix it. It's moving faster, it's moving more erratic, it's zigzagging left and right. And all of us are trying to figure out a way around it. And that's why I said, like, we have to figure out a way to make men realize that this way is not the way, and that we have to make a hard decision. Um we have to like pretty much, cut off the arm to save the body. So a real quick story. There's a guy named Aaron Ralston, a lifelong hiker, got stuck in a cave or dwelling and he had a boulder smash his hand. He stayed there for 3 days. Didn't want to die, so he cut his arm off with a 4-inch blade, a pocket knife he had. Cut his arm off right at
I
the
saw
elbow
that.
to save his life. You see what I'm saying? There has to be a sacrifice, not like a demonic way, but we have to change our view and give up this feministic view of the world in order to save humanity in a way, you know. And I'm not saying that we have to do it because I'm 37. I may not be around 50 more years to even see what happens later on, but I'm just saying the trajectory that we're going on is getting worse and worse and worse. And the lines are being blurred in everything in our society, in our relationships, even in our government. You know, now the government has to work 10 times more harder to get men and women in line versus if the women just naturally fell in line, then the government wouldn't have none of its really a fifth of its control on the humans, you know. So and there's the Elizabeth Warren book, the two-parent was it two-parent income thing like that. So once women decide to jump in the workforce, now you can tax both men and women. Now you can just take advantage of both people versus if Zyrax was just my wife, she had to kind of listen and obey me and actually follow my lead so that the government is not going to steer me. The government can't lead me astray because I have to take care of her and our children. But because she decides she wants to be like me and work, well, now they can just there's nobody for me to protect and actually provide for. And the government can just convince her or her kind, like men and women, they can convince her to engage in this program, to do this, to have this view and all these things, and spend this amount of money on makeup, spend this amount of money on college, spend this amount of money on needing homes and all these things that don't amount to anything. Yet it hurts me, the man who's trying to take care of the woman. You see what I'm saying? So if she doesn't want to follow me, she's going to work like me. The government's going to take advantage of her like they would have done me, but now I can't take care of nobody. You see what I'm saying? It's this circular. Now I'm stuck not taking care of nobody, or not me, but men in general. So, you know, I always say we're all going to do the same thing or we're all going to share the same shitty experience. And that's where we're at. We're all sharing the same shitty experience because we're not all doing the same thing. Yes, certain people are doing it the correct way. Certain people are doing it whatever the way that works for them, but most of us are not. And we can look online I'm not going to say entertainments because they like suing people nowadays, but we can look online at the female rappers. We can look online at the male degenerate rappers. We got, you know, Diddy's and all, like the degeneracy is bad. So we're all not doing the correct thing or the right thing. So we're all going to share this shitty experience where I'm going to get taxed crazy, depending on what state you live in and all this and that. I'm going to be up under these rules and laws. It's no different than Xyrox. She's going to be up under them too. You know? But that's the life we chose as humans.
What do you think, Xyrox?
Yeah, I do agree with what Artie just said. I think that the reason why we have these problems is because we worship money. We care more about money than people. We don't have we don't agree on um what we should prioritize. Like we claim that we have values and stuff, but we don't value anything but money. And so that's why we're so easily influenced by things, by material things. And so that's part of the reason why women do want to work, because yeah, they want nice things too. Like guys, only guys could buy nice things. Like women want nice things too. So that's why, like, for the most part, women want to work. And I think in order for us to fix this problem, yeah, it's gonna take, like, again, all of us to agree on, like, what should we put, first and foremost. If it's, is it the nuclear family? Is it individualism? Like, what is it? And then go from there.
Yeah.
But what do you think? What do you think that's when do you think that's more of the poison of feminism, where again that's probably part of, I get the part capitalism, but I mean it is feminism. I mean, again, women are the ones who are the biggest contributor,
Rain, get your ass back here.
the biggest contributor to the consumerism.
Yeah, but then the reason why again, we worship money is not because of women, it's because of men.
I mean, I do get that, but I mean,
Okay.
but
Wait. Hold on. Did you just say the reason why we worship money is because of men, not women?
Yes.
Oh
Exactly.
my. No. Do you know how many men have gone to, like, how many kings have gone to slaughter other villages for money for their queens?
Oh yeah,
Or
put it
even
on
before
yeah,
that, they
yeah,
just
put it on the
slaughtered to
women.
have access to a woman that they would have never had access to. Like, let's say all of us, we're part of the DH tribe, and it's just us 50 guys, and there's only 20 girls. Well, I don't have a wife in this scenario. Neither does AJ or Rain or any of us. So what we're gonna do is either we're gonna die and not ever get in no box, or we're gonna have to go cross the street to somebody else's encampment and say, hey, if you don't want to sell me one, I'm gonna have to cut your neck and take one. So, I
Yeah, all the empires, like the British, when they were colonizing the world, who did they bring the spoils home to? Their wives.
Yeah.
Just like in slavery, there was the slave master who was whooping the slaves, and then his wife was in the house eating bonbons.
Yep.
At least the slave master was in the field whooping slaves. The slave owner's wife didn't even have to do that. So, like, you can say capitalism fine, but there's a small group of men that are using government and women to redistribute wealth from the rest of us men to them in order to prop up their wives. So society is a pyramid. It goes rich
Prop
men's
itself up.
wives.
Don't put that on a woman.
No, yes, but who's profiting from? Wait. Who's profiting from that wealth? The rich housewives are sitting there. All these businessmen, these CEOs, these greedy dudes, they have wives that are sitting in the house. So it's not just men. You know what I'm saying? It's not like these
Yes,
men are
they're
all
doing it for power for themselves. Yes,
yes.
because they
And
have wives. Yeah, they're benefiting off of it, but they're
attracted to
not doing
power?
it for the wives.
And who's attracted to power is women.
Exactly.
But then
Yes,
they already got
Naira,
wives though.
you're forgetting the guy in the
Mhm.
situation that AJ is trying to present to you is when you have somebody who's extremely rich, like they get you ever seen like a $200,000 ring? Probably none of us have seen one up front, but there are women who sport these rings regularly and these bags and these gifts and these things because they have a man in their life that is literally taken over some type of way, maybe not violently today, but has taken over and got a lot of money. The resources are for a woman. So even when a guy drives a nice car, you see all these 18 to 25-year-old guys driving these Scat Packs and Hellcats. They're not doing that shit because they want a $900 car payment. They're doing it because they want to get some ass. So they want to impress a girl.
Okay.
In the most basic sense of the word, right? What do we always hear about? Oh, feminism. These women couldn't have credit cards, right? Well, now, like the credit cards and the corporations, they played the most genius move that there was. They told women that you were empowered now by taking out credit cards and maxing them out. Like, now you can do what your grandmothers couldn't do by giving us all this made up money that you don't have. Think about it. The feminists, the suffragettes, how do they have so much power and influence? It's because one of them was a Rothschild, and they were racist, by the way. They hated us blacks. One of the suffragettes was a Rothschild. They had corporatists and politicians who were propping them up, right? So that they could have all this influence. And then they didn't even let the women vote on their own suffrage. So when the women could get the right to vote, then they destroyed the family. All of a sudden, women became the biggest consumer base. And now there's student loan debt, there's credit card debt, there's all these things that my grandmother didn't have, my great grandmother didn't have. So women are the biggest victims of this, right? Because of this small group of corporate and political fat cats. So when we say that women kind of worship the whole money thing, it's because they looked and said that single women spend more money than married women do. So let's make the majority of women be single.
Single, yeah.
Women who
And
are
if
in families don't spend money on stuff.
yeah, and that's why I said, like, if you had it to where if we actually did things the right way, I'm not going to be the Bible thumper, but I'm saying in that book it gives you a clear example. If the woman listens to the guy, then we don't have the issues that we have. Because let's say AJ is the president, he imposes taxes on everybody. Well, Zyrox, if you're my wife, he can't make me spend money on something arbitrary that's not going to serve us. So he has to either offer me whatever he's offering me at a fair or actually reasonable rate, or he just can't sell it to me. You can't sell salt to a slug. I'm, as the guy, I know that this isn't something we need. We just need shelter, food, and if we can get anything else out of life, like, first off, we're going to need it for our children. Everything else, all these fancy gizmos, these washing machines, these trips, all these diamonds, all these toys and shit like that, if you want them, they're gonna find a way to try to sell it to you, but they have to go through me to get it. So that's why the government will be a third as big as it is now if women had husbands, if majority of women had husbands.
And
because there's no money for them to take from me because I'm not going for it.
Science says that women are more open to propaganda and social pressure than men. So there's entire multi-billion-dollar studies that these corporations do to market to women. That's why you go to the Gap, the men's section, it's like a tenth of the place, and all the rest is all the women's part. It's because
and watch this. Yeah, I was just in Dillard's the other day trying to get my 12-year-old. She wants these damn UGG slides, and I was looking for it. When you walk in Dillard's, the first level, all that shit is the women's section, all of it. The second level, about a third of it is men's, and the rest of it is kids. So women have their whole level, like, but it's everywhere.
College. I was on a plane ride, and this lady next to me, she was this hippie chick, and I told her, for women, college is a scam, and she looked at me crazy. I said, look, I'm Generation X. Generation X, millennials, Gen Z. You were told if you don't go to college, you're a loser. Don't be a tradesman. Don't join the military. Go to college, you're a loser, right? So that's what happened. Women started going to college en masse, but guess what? They aren't doctors and lawyers and engineers. They're gender studies and African American studies and underwater lesbian studies and all these stupid degrees. When I started college in 2000 and I graduated grad school in 2009, tuition went up 230%. Because women en masse were being pushed by propaganda into college. So when we mean by women are responsible, it's because women were responding to this propaganda that their mothers and maybe even grandmothers pushed on them that, hey, what got us to the post-war baby boom, that 25 years after World War II, where it was everything that got us to that point, and this is all the boomers' fault, because the boomers enjoyed more prosperity and wealth than anyone else, to where they said all this gender roles and everything that got us here, this is all BS. Let's undo it. And now Gen X, the millennials, and Gen Z are the ones that are suffering from this the most. You look at all the most successful groups in the United States: Asians, small hats, Nigerians. They all marry and have strong families because that's the way to make your culture better, and that's the way to keep your families richer. But the powers that be want you women in the West and all this stuff to not get married, spend money, get student loan debt, have have bastard kids, get diseases, all these things, wait too long to have kids. Next thing you know, you're doing IVF. My one friend's done IVF. She spent $90,000 doing IVF, and it didn't work. So there's an agenda that's against you women, and a lot of women think that they're winning because us men are losing, but we're all losing.
Yeah, we're all losing. We're just losing part-time. Like, it's crazy.
That's guys. Let's. I want to give her a chance to respond to everything. Right. I want to give you a spotlight. So let's not. Like, what do you think? What do you think of what everyone has said so far?
Let me see. What was your name again? The one in the red. I
AJ.
can't really see.
AJ.
Oh, it's AJ. Oh. I agree with like the last part of what he said about how yeah, not so much as the first part. I mean, I get where you guys are coming from. I'm still just I don't believe that like because of feminism that's why we have the problems that we do. Again, I'm just gonna go back to the fact that like yeah, we don't have yeah like we don't have the same um set of values. And like what Artie said, we do need the same set of values, because otherwise, when we pick and choose, like we talked about in the beginning, yeah, that's going to cause confusion, right? Because I want, I value this and then you value that. And so like, and then when we write laws and stuff, it's it's depending on who's in power, it's going to benefit one side and not all. And so if we value, the family, we value all, um, then like, yeah, we need to come together, not so much, fight and drift like even further apart, if you get what I'm saying. Now, of course, I'm not going to just say that it's all men's fault, because it's not. Because yeah, women, we're given, the right, the freedom to, do what we wish. And I understand this, some women, we end up making like the wrong choices and stuff. But I still think that, giving women the right to vote was like, it's a good thing. That's just my
Right.
opinion, because I'm a woman. So yeah, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna say that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, and like you don't have to tell us where you live, but like it kind of sounds like you've grown up in like a small town and you kind of view things through a small town lens. And with the internet, like you're kind of learning like these buzzwords like capitalism is what's bad for men, but not realizing like men operate on the premise of wanting to impress a woman. And like just kind of like piggybacking off all this stuff is just like I think
So,
you're
so when men decide to put, like hormones, to put stuff in our food, to poison our food, that's to impress women,
who's
or is
men?
that for the
There's
men?
a small group
Hey,
of rich, powerful men, not the
You're,
rest of us men.
Yes,
Don't
you're
confuse.
talking
men.
you're
No, no,
talking
no, 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 no.
Oh, no,
You're
uh,
confusing. You're confusing a small group of powerful men that are screwing over everybody. Where for men, period. Like Artie,
For
myself,
profit,
Big
yes.
Boris, but hold on, Real Rain, Da, Artie, myself, we don't profit from those billionaires making money by putting stuff in the food. So how are you grouping us in with them?
that's misandrist.
And it's wrong.
Yeah, we're
but
not
that's
wrong
that's
yet.
All right, wrong.
but that's the poison of feminism right there, right? That's the poison
See,
of
Exactly.
feminism, where
Yeah,
it's the same thing as you guys saying that, oh, it's feminism, it's feminism. So yeah, it's like, if we're talking about either, men or the woman.
that's the difference, right? That's the difference. We're not saying women. We're not saying women. We're saying feminism, right? Because that's the poison of that ideology. Not women. We're
Yeah,
not in these cases. We're not saying women because, again, I mean, yeah, women can be a little bit different, but it's the poison of the ideology. So a lot of things we're saying, it's basically goes back to because of that ideology. That is what the problem we're having right now.
yeah, and
feminism is just is just like equality, just giving women the right to vote, and to have autonomy.
no, but like
Like,
earlier you were saying men should not judge women in generalities because of the individualism, but you just like, and we're judging based off of like majority averages. We're basically saying 2/3 of women believe this, and you're being like, you shouldn't listen to that. 1% of men are putting poison in food, and you're judging all men on that. That's the poison of feminism that we're talking about.
It's not even 1%. It's like 0.102 or something like that.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, because
1,500 people doing that in
yeah,
around
I
the
have
world.
I'm
I
just saying,
have
if you're
similar.
gonna blame women for certain things, and that's where I'm gonna, yeah, like be petty and blame men
So
No,
for,
you're
no,
gonna
here's the
for
thing
so
the
though.
so
Whoa,
we
whoa,
make
whoa,
the
whoa.
case in blaming. We make the case in saying that there's literally 1,500 probably majority small hat men in this country doing that to the food supply, and you're roping us in with that 1,500 dudes, but just because we're saying that the 2/3 of women have this bad idea about love and relationships,
No, you guys are saying the women are the cause. Well, basically, the
the
cause of
mindset
um.
is the
The
cause, not women.
feminism,
Not the
feminism,
mindset,
Yeah,
the mindset.
because there are women out there who aren't feminists. I have subscribers that are, a couple of them are actually Native Americans and very, very, very traditional women who hate feminism. They can't stand it. They actually think that it's the worst thing to ever happen to women because they don't agree with a lot of these feminist pillars like the sexual
Catch y'all boys later, man.
revolution and no marriage
They've
and all
already
these things. So like I know women that are anti-feminist more than I am. So are they not women? I'm not talking about them. I'm talking for this hardcore group of. So for instance, when it comes to voting, right? When your women voting, when women got the vote without the draft, that is special privilege. I think that women should somehow do some type of mandatory civil work or like mandatory draft work, not the military, but something, so that they have the same requirements to vote as us men, right? That's what I think.
I agree. I actually agree
But
with that.
also, there was women who were voting in 1805 in New Jersey. There was women who were voting before black men could vote. Remember that the majority of men couldn't vote until like 1830, 1840 of white men couldn't vote. But there was women who were voting because they owned property. They had to make gendered language to exclude women from voting from 1805 to like 1850, right? Then the majority of white men got the right to vote. Then black men did, but there was women voting in the 1800s. So this whole like oppressive act isn't real. But when women do vote, though, it's because they vote for things that cause a lot of problems: open borders, defunding the police, transformers in the sports. And women, when crime spikes because they defund the police, us men, we're always the victims of crimes. But when crime spikes, the women are the ones getting stabbed on the trains, getting their purses stolen, right? You look at England, the migrants they come in and essay the women. When you don't see transformers going into men's sports and beating us, but you see them going into your sports. So what I'm saying is the stuff that women vote for en masse, it gives you guys negative outcomes. Us men will be just fine. We're used to crime. We're used to all this stuff. But women are the ones that are told to vote for things that are against your own interests. You know what I mean?
Again, and again, I'm gonna say, men are voting for. I mean, the reason we have regulations and or lack of regulations, right? It's you don't think that's mostly men, because
No,
men have always held power.
more
Yes.
women vote. More women vote. And here's the thing: what you're
No.
doing is called a whataboutism. So you're saying, I make an argument. What about the men? Well, that doesn't make any sense. That would be like DA saying, he says something to me about blacks. I go, but what about whites? That's not that doesn't make their argument. Even if you were correct, that doesn't change the fact that women vote for very, very, very progressive things that usually hurt women. Higher crime, more crazy people in the streets, right? Open borders, which means migrants come here and crime goes through the roof. Where I live, there was women who were stabbed, set on fire on the train. Look at New York. All these things are happening to women. You know what I mean?
Men vote for those too.
No,
The
men
Democrat is not. The Democrat is not just full of women,
Yeah, but here's the thing: more
and
women vote.
Democrats aren't even for open borders. It's not even open
Yes,
borders.
it is.
well, like, who said anything about Democrats?
Yeah.
Like
Well, that's because
you're really like
usually.
you're no
I'm sorry.
like
Go ahead.
you're literally like twisting our arguments to like make it to be like we're saying this happened. Like we're telling you men are trying to protect women from themselves, and you're saying, but what about X? Dude, you think us on this panel want Tim Walz in office?
Or want transformers in sports beating up women and
Like,
freaking all this stuff? No.
Like you're acting like we're not looking out for you. Like you're acting like we're being selfish in what we're saying. We're looking out for the best. Like everything we're saying is for the benefit of society, and everything you're trying to like throw back in our faces is in the benefit of the person. And that's kind of what we're telling you is like the definitive difference between feminism and traditionalism is like we're looking out for you and you're saying, yeah, but what about X? Yeah, but what about Y? What about Z? And we're saying, well, what about ABC all the way through X? And you're like ignoring everything.
Because I feel like you guys aren't looking out for our best interests.
Like
You know
what?
what? You know what? Oh, wait.
Like what?
You know what? But we aren't
And
though.
I'm not saying in whole. I'm not saying in whole, right? I mean, of course there's some that you guys are looking, looking out for us, like say like the child support, the child support system and stuff. Yeah, that's looking out for women. Yes, but then because you guys are naming a couple stuff that you guys feel like women weren't making bad choices, and so I'm like, well, yeah, but then we all make bad choices. There's some that men had voted for that's not good for society.
Sorry. I have to interrupt. You're going back to this like eternalized like me position. You're not looking at it from like, okay, I'm taking a step back. I don't know if you have any kids. Imagine I'm the dude, I'm a single dad, and I'm saying I don't want my daughter playing a transgender kid in soccer. And you're saying, well, you know what? Like, fuck all that. This other thing's more important.
What's wrong
That's
with the transgender?
Well, first of all, like let's just say one, it's an unfair competitive advantage in a competition like soccer. And I'm not familiar, don't know if you know that much about soccer, but that's a definitive difference between men and women's soccer. Sorry, not sorry. There's a difference. So what I'm trying to say is we're trying to protect women as a group, and you're trying to protect the feelings of individuals, and you keep going to like not the arguments that we're presenting to you. You're like, I'm asking you a serious question, and it's what makes you think men are not looking out for the interest of women? That's my question. Don't take it to this place or this place. Answer this singular question. What
No,
makes you
I'm not
think?
saying. No, I'm not saying that you guys aren't looking out for a woman's interests at in whole.
No,
But
no,
then
no.
I'm just
Like,
saying.
just answer that question that I just asked you. Like, don't go on a tangent. I asked you a question. Just please answer it directly. What makes you think men are not looking out for women's interests?
Because some of the stuff that you guys voted for,
Like what?
What?
like when you guys want to deregulate, like um, like whatever hap that goes. I mean, again, I'm going to go back to the whole like putting hormones and stuff, you know, in our food, or messing up with our food. When you guys rather when you guys vote, when you guys, how should I say this, care more about profit than the people.
Well, no. Like,
When you
what?
guys want to like
But like,
more guns. I mean, there's
no,
a couple of stuff.
well, like we just clearly went through that. Like, you're talking about a select group of men.
No. I'm saying
That's
like
not a
to
selective
be
group
honest,
of men. That's
no,
men and
I don't.
No.
I don't think men voted in general. I don't think men voted to do that. Right? In general, that I don't think that's again. Maybe
yes,
we
men, because men
wrongfully
have
elected,
always been in power.
No.
but again, that's not. That's the
Yes.
thing where we
No,
can't
the
say that.
average man makes like $53,000 a year. How does that man equal some mega corporation putting poisons in the food?
The reason why companies could do that is because they buy off the politician, and our politicians are made up of what? Mostly men.
Yes, but that the women vote for, because more women vote. Did you see that the majority of women, especially white women, voted for Trump each time he's run? The majority, it's like 60%. Women don't vote for women; they vote for men, and there's more women who vote than men. You guys are the majority of the voter base, so women basically decide elections right now, not us men.
Hold on. Let me.
Like I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel like nothing we tell you is gonna resonate.
We're just
That,
talking. It's fine.
that,
No, I just think that once again, I said a lot. There's a lot of negative outcomes that women are having now. They have more debt than ever. They have more student loan debt, your credit card debt. They're more depressed. They're more on SSRIs and antidepressants than ever. They're abusing alcohol, tobacco, and drugs more than ever. They're waiting longer to have kids. They're using IVF more. And once again, women are like us blacks, right? We haven't had real freedom until about 70 years ago, right? So freedom is a tough thing because you're free to succeed and you're free to fail, right? Like a lot of people, whether it's blacks, if it's women, are choosing to fail. But here's the thing: I see plenty of like blacks and women failing, but it's choices. I don't say that there's some phantom group out there that's causing them to do this. People have choices now, right? So a lot of women, like my older sister, who grew up in in the Huxtables. My family were doctors and all this other stuff, but my sister chose to fail. She had she was set up to be successful. She does well money wise. Single mom, depressed, on antidepressants. She failed in life as far as like what my mom has, right? But she chose to do that. Right now, most people that are having these negative outcomes choose to fail. The difference is that women try and say, oh, it's the patriarchy's fault or it's men's fault. And men's look in the mirror and say, oh, well, I goofed up. I shouldn't have got some girl pregnant. I shouldn't have done this. But women say, oh, well, it's a man who's doing this. It's like, no, that's not how it works. Example, right? Real ring. Because I know a guy, he makes $500,000 a year, right? He's a successful guy. He got a girl an interview at the company he works at, okay? He told her the same amount of money that he interviewed at, $180,000 starting out. She lowballed herself to $150,000, right? Why? Because she chose to ask for less. Then she quit the job after a year. Now, 8 years later, he's making $500,000. She's at $120 million. Is it because of the patriarchy, or is it because she chose to not work the job? And what I'm saying is those small decisions equal to people failing, and then the victimhood mindset that's pushed towards a lot of women is what keeps them in these negative positions. Just take the L and move on like us men do,
yeah, and like not to like, and I'm gonna have to piggyback off of that, but like I'm looking up the food regulation changes, and it seems like California food additive ban effective January 1st, 2027. And it seems like there's more regulations going into wanting you to know what you're putting into your body. So you're saying like this is like even your claim of like food chemicals is debunked. So again, like what
How
is
is it
it?
debunked? How is it debunked though? It's Don't you think that it's sad that we have to, write in, we have to approve, we have to write in that regulation. Do not put do not put shit in our food.
Right, but just because but you just said men voted to poison our food, and now you're saying it's bad that men are voting to change that we're not poisoning the food. Do you not understand yeah, nothing's perfect, but that
Yeah,
doesn't mean it's bad.
yeah. I'll just say that again, of course, there's like flaws in everything, right? But I think in
Yes.
general, right? I think men have done a good job because how we see society now, or how we have had society for a while. But I just think that, let's say again, feminism hasn't progressed our society to any kind of new heights. So I just it's
Yeah,
just
in your opinion. and
Well,
you
I mean,
know,
then
and
what would your opinion be?
no, I mean, because I forgot. I think AJ brought up the whole yeah, like women are having babies at a later or getting married at a later age and stuff. It's like how is that a problem if women are choosing to have babies at a later age? Like
because
Because
because no, wait, real, hold
how
on.
is that wrong?
Because
Mhm.
they're not having them. It's a psyop by a big pharma to get to sell these IVF procedures that don't work. When you do IVF at 35, it has like a 11% chance of working. Each time it's like 15, 20 grand, right? So these women have been conned into thinking that they can wait longer to have kids. If you're past 40, it has like a 6% chance of working. So what I'm saying is it's a psyop. You're being used to make money. So you're saying, how is that a bad thing that women are waiting? It's because if most people want kids. 95% of men, and I believe 99% of women want kids. Our biological imperative is to have kids, right? If a woman's real goal is to have kids, right? That's going to be more important to her than her career or anything else. Why would you put that off knowing that naturally it becomes harder to do so as you get older? Gee, could it be because maybe there's people who are making billions of dollars off of this and giving women false hopes, just like these transgenders? When they give transgender kids these puberty blockers, they have to take them for life. And who makes billions of dollars? These pharmaceuticals make billions of dollars. They want the whole trans kids thing. They want the women thinking that you could have kids at 48 years old. Think of this. Only in the West do women put off having kids. You go to South America, Africa, the Middle East, Southeast Asia. Women aren't waiting until they're 38 to have kids. We don't know more now in the last 50 years than people have known in the last 2,000 years when it comes to relationships and having kids. There's just been a psyop to make people think that we figured out more in the last 50 years than our grandparents and grandparents and great-grandparents who built this to what it is now.
Well, and just to piggyback off of that before I have to bounce, but like you asked, what's wrong with waiting, a woman waiting for later in life to have a kid? I'm just going to read you the stats.
Autism.
At 35, the risk of Down syndrome increases to about 1 in 350. At age 40, the risk of Down syndrome rises to approximately 1 in 100. And at age 45, the risk of Down syndrome is about 1 in 30. So the older.
I understand that part. What I meant was like like that because how back then like our parents would have multiple kids, right? The reason why women are prolonged having kids is because they only want one or two, and so that's why they're waiting till they're in their 30s to have kids. It's not. I understand the health risk.
But that's not beneficial to society as a whole, right? Yeah, having less kids is not beneficial for a society. It's actually a detriment.
Women have to. Okay.
It's not about no. This is the thing where it's not about women. I mean, again, we're not going to be able to take away women's rights, right? That's not what we're talking about, right? This is more like let's get an understanding of each other, right? And let's have a conversation. Again, it's like none of us expect. Oh, let's take away women's rights. Let's make women slaves. It's not that, right? It's more about see if we can find any common grounds or educated or even if the audience, right? Even if audience watch, where maybe some of them agree with you, but then listen to us, disagree with us, or agree with us, or someone listen to us, then listen to you, and then agree with you. It's more about that, right? So again, this is the thing where I think we always say this, right? Where I believe men in general, we think for the betterment of society, while feminism, i.e. maybe some, if not majority of women, think about the betterment for themselves, right? Selfishness.
Yeah.
Where, of course, you think about, okay, how I feel, what about my life? But then men think about the bigger picture.
Yeah, I would say when men win, everyone wins. And when modern women win, they win. When men get a lot of money, they're like, oh, I can get married and have a wife and kids and build a house. Yay. But when a lot of these modern chicks get money, I can buy a Benz, I can go on trips, I can do all these things. So it's kind of a different thing. Plus, like, men sacrifice every day. There's my good friend from high school died on a crab boat in Alaska like 5 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Men die every day working to keep this country going. There's a man who's going to leave his wife and kids and be working on a skyscraper and not come home tomorrow. There's a guy working in a coal mine. Hi, dear. All right, dear. Bye. And he's going to not come home tomorrow. But I can say, Cyrax is your name. I don't think that I think that your idea of feminism, you're like second wave, which we don't have a problem with. You don't sound like the feminists that really, devil's advocate and big bars and I talk about. Like, you seem reasonable and you seem like you have very good perspectives because you're here talking to us right now. We have talked to some of these feminists that, I mean, if you talk to them, you'd be like, what are you talking about? You've heard these women that say all types of crazy stuff. Like, that's just out of this world. And you're like, you don't believe that, but that's what they've been taught to believe. Because me being black, right? And DAs talk to the big bars. I've talked to these pro-blacks. These white people are all devils and all this other crap that don't make any sense, right? Like, they're just unreasonable. But there's a lot of women who call themselves feminists, right? Where their entire platform is hating men and men are trash and men are this and men are demons and blah, blah, blah. And we should be able to just like sleep with 80 men and have 80 abortions. And I'm sure that you're not that type of person. You're like a reasonable person. But what's happening now is social media, all this other stuff has made these feminists sensationalize just irresponsible and foolish behavior. And I think that's who we more have a problem with, is that they would rather like burn everything down to sensationalize their platform instead of actually having a reasonable conversation. So,
Okay, I get you. So are you saying that the majority of women, actually believe, the, the crazy, as they call them, the blue hair, crazy feminists, the majority of women, especially younger women, they have, that belief
no,
or ideology?
I'm
Okay.
saying that there's a small vocal group of people who push this in the media and all this other stuff.
Okay.
But the programming, right, is in a lot of women, and that they can see some of the negative outcomes that they have, and they still can't really they still can't let it go. Like, for instance, they know for a fact that they're safer if I'm a psycho killer and I can either break into a single woman's house or DA's house where DA has his woman has a firearm. I'm going to break into the single woman's house because she's more vulnerable, right?
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So a lot of women know that they're not really safe kind of living on their own. A lot of women know that they're not like, you know what
Yes.
I mean? The kind of like this, the student loans, or like a lot of these women who are 45, 50 with student loans and they're alone. They don't like DA and we will tell these younger guys not to make the same mistakes that we did. But a lot of women, the programming kind of tells them, I can't admit that what I did was wrong, so I'm going to double down and tell the women to do what I did, right? So the programming itself
is the problem. Okay.
Is the problem. And I also think and ultimately, I think I blame simps, right? This, in a way, this is men's fault because we civilized the world to where the practical benefits of coupling is kind of hard for women to understand. Women still need men. I'm sure that you want the women don't need men type. But there are women out there that say, I don't need a man. But then if they call the cops when someone breaks into their house, they expect a man to show up. If they have a heavy thing in their house, right? They want a guy to come lift it. And they have to pay now to outsource everything husbands did. Fix the sink, fix the roof, right? So,
Yeah.
but there's women out there who still will say, well, no, I don't need a man. And it's like the programming is telling you that these are not men that are coming to help you out. It just doesn't make any sense. And then I'll leave it here, right? Marriage, dating, relationships. If we're in a neighborhood and DA is the richest man that's in the neighborhood, he's the most successful, wouldn't we do what he's doing, right? We like, hey DA, like, what are you doing? Why are you doing well? Especially when times get hard, right? Why is it that when the income level in a household goes over $220,000 a year, the divorce rate drops to like 12%, right? Marriage has always been the number one wealth creator in the West. Always, right? Families got married, and then the uncles did business with the other uncles and all this other stuff, right? The cultures that are the most successful, they marry, have relationships. Asian women are the highest earning, most educated, most married, least divorced. Why? Because they prioritize family and relationships. All my friends that are Koreans, Cambodians, Indians, right? They're doctors and lawyers, but being a wife and a mom is just as important, right? That's why their net worth as a people is so high. Do you think that the powers that be, the people who you and I were talking about, that put the poisons in the food, why would they all of a sudden put propaganda to young women to not get married? Is it for women's freedom, or is it because they don't want the middle class to be upwardly mobile and get to where they are? Is it freedom, or trying to eliminate
the latter?
Yeah. You know what I mean? And what I'm saying is, to me, it's one big psyop, and women fell for the okie doke, and now all the worst, for thousands of years, men have had the worst outcomes. Homeless, homeless veterans, junkies, drug addicts, all this. But now you women are down here with us now. You see homeless women in LA, Seattle, Portland, mentally ill. Like, you're not supposed to see that in our society, So it's one big psyop that women fell for. And here's the saddest part about feminism. Young boys fell for this too. Have you been on Twitter and you see a girl swing on a guy and she hits him back? And then he hits her back and knocks her out cold? You see boys and girls fist fighting? Go to Twitter and look at fights, and you'll see boys beat girls. They've been told that feminism told them boys and girls are interchangeable. Now, and I know, I was raised to not hit women. I don't hit girls. But these young guys, they don't think girls are any different. So they're not, if they see a woman in trouble, they aren't helping her anymore. They're not going to help her when she's getting beat up by her boyfriend. They're not helping anyone now. So it's difficult because young boys now, these chicks are aware of all the men gone that are protecting. Well, feminism told us that protecting women is patriarchy. Holding the door, paying for dates, all this traditional stuff is wrong. So now we have these non-traditional, emotional boys. And trust me, I'm black. We have a lot of these young nugs, these 17-year-old black boys, emotional. They're beating up young girls, doing all this foolishness. And that's what feminism has wrought. So.
Point taken.
Thank you. All right. Let's start editing it out. I don't want to keep you guys up all night. So you guys are amazing, right? Let's
I thought I had long streams, right?
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, it's always nice, right? It's always nice to have let people talk.
Thanks for having me, man. I'll definitely dip out, but Cyrax is your name?
Yes,
thanks for coming over to our space, right? Like,
of course.
I think that we get painted with a wide brush, but if you actually talk to a lot of us red pill guys, you got to understand, like, a lot of us have a very traditional mindset. We just see it not being reciprocated on the women's end, and like this is like the whole black fatigue thing. Like black people who have some sense, we have the biggest amount of black fatigue because of the ghetto ratchet morons. A lot of the women that I know have what like I call this feminist woke women fatigue, where all the women that I know, they don't want to be out here banging 50 dudes and getting bull rings in their nose and you know what I mean? Like they just want to live a successful, fun life, but they keep getting grouped in with these women. So I hope that like you can kind of look at DA's content more and kind of see where he's coming from and understand he doesn't mean all, but those are the women that have the mouthpiece for women nowadays. You know what I'm saying? That they're representing women and have the nerve to try and talk for you. And you're like, wait a minute, I don't know these people. You know what I mean? So, but all right, guys, appreciate it. Thanks, man.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was good talking to you. Thank you.
Peace.
And then, of course, thank you for having me up here.
No, I mean, any thoughts, any last words? I would definitely want to give you,
Well, I had a good, to me, I thought it was a good conversation. I know Rain was slightly disagree, but yeah, I mean, like I said, I do like being in this space because I like to learn from men. I like to get to know I would like to know men's perspective because it's important. Because sometimes sometimes you think that what you see is like the truth when it's not, and so to have more of a balanced perspective and opinion, you need both sides. And so I'm a very open-minded person.
I love
and
it.
I try to be understanding. And so again, thank you for having me up here.
No,
And I'll come back, of course.
I love that. I love that. Thank you.
You have a good night.
Definitely come on when Alan's on because I think you will love that.
Okay.
All right.
Are you have a good night? Yes.
All right. Later. Bars. I want to give you some words, right? Give you a little bit of spotlight. Any last thoughts? What do you think about tonight?
Yeah, that's why I just didn't say nothing because I mean, pretty much everything was being said. Everything was pretty much being said. She was reasonable. And I think that's all like I asked for. It's like be reasonable. Like kind of makes sense if we're putting stuff together. Don't act like we didn't put something together. That's it. Just it was a nice conversation. I think basically.
Yeah, I love that. I love it. It was good. I mean, again, it's I don't want us to be like I don't want men's spaces to just think about I don't know the top creators and think that they represent everyone. No, I love it when people with different opinions aren't insulted and ridiculed and have a good time, going into different spaces and, talk because I think, not being in an echo chamber is a good thing. That's why I always like, I don't mind, introducing people with different point of views because, I don't want to, constantly, support an echo chamber, right? Especially in my content. So I love it when people with different point of views come up. I mean, we already have two people, so I'm always down, right? I'm always welcoming to people who have different point of views. So I love it. I love it.
Yeah, it was just to me. It was the respect level. She was very, very ladylike. She was very ladylike. She was a lady. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and that just proves that a B word's gonna be a B word, a woman's gonna be a woman, a lady's gonna be a lady. You know what I'm saying? That's what it was. Like she was a lady. It was like really not no turning up on her because she was handling herself with some sense. I mean, I think that's all you can ask for. Even though her ideals, you see if you sat there and you worked on certain issues, she would think differently about them. You know what I'm saying? You could see it. You could see it like turning in her gears turning. You just I could hear it. Her gears turning to where it's like, hold up, am I thinking about it right? Should I be thinking about it like they talking about? And I mean, that's all anybody can ask for is somebody to like hear them out. That's it.
Exactly. I just I definitely created these days because I want people to have a voice, right? This is the point where men can have a voice and women, right? I mean, particularly, you know, average women. I love it. So I love this. All right, Bars. I love you, my brother. Thank you for being here.
Peace, man.
Later, my brother. Guys, I love you, right? Everyone, right? Evil Eddie, my brother. I love you for being here. Steve, I love you. Right? Red Door, Roots. Right? I love you guys, right? Omni, thank you for being here. Laughing Man was here. Real Rain, AJ, Zyrax. You guys are amazing. Okay, you guys are all amazing. Artie, all right. Thank you guys. Thank you all you guys. Sissom was here earlier. I think that's it, right? Fernando, yeah. Thank you, my brother. Thank you guys for all being here, right? You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you. I can't show how much support you guys, you know, for just even showing a little bit of support. So you guys are amazing. Please check out my other content. Please check out my other videos, right? Please like them. Please comment if you guys could.